Hello. Welcome to
Hello.
uh, oh, all
Mrs.
right.
Doubtfire impressions.
So John's onto his ninth glass of whiskey, so it's going to be a wild ride, kids.
Ninth. Christ.
Welcome. No, just Hamish. Welcome to episode 15 of Radiant Shadows. This is an Australian-based 5e actual play stream in a homebrew world that I've made up, where we do lots of cool stuff and play characters and have super fun. I'm Ham. I DM this thing, and I'm going to throw it over to the rest of the people to introduce themselves and their characters for those of you who might be new. And then we'll see if there's anything else we need to talk about and then jump into it. So I'm going to hand straight over to John, since he's full of beans.
Every time, I swear.
Full of beans.
Hello.
Hi, I'm John from
the Beans.
Hi, I'm John from Meeples and Dragons. Yes, we run an online TTRPG specialty store. Dice, we do glassware, and tonight I am playing the naive artificer known as Tiernan, who hails from the race of known as the Shard folk.
Perfect. Excellent. Mr. Heath.
G'day everyone, my name's Heath. I'm the Antipodean D20, and as you may have noticed, the captain has put on the seatbelt light, so we'd like you to resume your seats, put on your seatbelt, put your trays in upright position, and adjust your chairs, and get ready for the fun that is Radiant Shadows. When I'm not on Radiant Shadows, you can catch me on all the socials at the Antipodean D20, where I promote Australian and New Zealand gameplay and game design, and the occasional international stuff when it tickles my fancy.
Yeah, it does. Outstanding. Thank you. Cass.
Hi, I'm Cass, or Shadowmere. I play Miera, the halfling sorcerer. And
hold on. You didn't say the sweetest little halfling. What happened?
I was about to say she's
Okay.
definitely the sweetest little halfling
All right.
in all the lands. And I'm also on socials as Shadowmere. So
Nice. Excellent. Wonderful. Mr. Promethean.
Hi, I'm Promethean from the internet. I'll be playing the sweetest little dwergar in all the lands. Delgrim, a ranger. And yeah, that's me.
Outstanding.
Oh,
Excellent. We do have a guest because as people who are aware from last time, Kate is away. However, they're just a couple of ticks late. So do we have any announcements? Is there anything we need to kind of bring up? Like last week there was Jasper's Game Week.
What's that?
And, we all played a bunch of games to raise money for the Black Dog Institute, and we raised, what was it? 11,000.
I want to say
520,000.
Yeah, $2 million. No.
$11,520 dues.
Dollary dues.
Significant number of dollary dues was raised.
Outstanding. But it was awesome. Everybody here was involved in some capacity, whether it was running or playing games. Huge shenanigans was had. A lot of it's still, I believe, lurking on the Meeples and Dragons Twitch channel, if you go and have a look.
Is
I became the fairy queen or something.
You absolutely did, and oh my god, that entire
all
game
through finger
was
guns.
amazing.
You finger gunned the
finger
hell
guns.
out of it.
It was, oh god. See, now I'm recollecting all the things. It's just very cool.
But it was awesome. So look, if you get an opportunity, go back and check them out. There was even people who hang out with us in the chat who were playing as well. The whole thing was fantastic. Now, it appears that Nick has appeared. So, Saz, can you flick on Nick? And Nick, can you turn your camera on and stuff like that?
He has arrived in an NVC-DM of time.
Yeah.
Yeah, g'day. My name's Nick. How you doing today, guys?
Oh, what the fuck?
Wow, Nick.
What the hell? What is this fucking shenanigans?
So,
Nick, I like what you've done with your hair.
That.
Surprise, guys.
Wow.
Nick, you're looking really good.
Thank you so much.
Emily, would you just like to just introduce who you are, but maybe hold off on who you're playing for just the moment?
Yeah, my name is Emily. I am a part of a stream that you've never heard of called Fate's Grip. And we stream every Tuesday at 6:45 p.m. We play some Dungeons and Dragons, and you may have also seen me screaming on Sundays with Promethean.
Yeah. And M rocked up in a number of the Jaspers, or at least one of the Jaspers streams as well.
I was there for Cass's ascension to Fae Queendom.
Yeah, it was awesome. That was awesome. Much
And
fun was had.
And where will you be tomorrow?
That's right. I'll be somewhere tomorrow. Shit. I'll be tomorrow. I'm going to be at Tabletop Con with the rest of the Fate's Grip crew and on roleplay. We're going to be playing some D&D and hoping for the best.
It'll be awesome. You guys will rock it. You've done it before. Like, you're old hats now. Next
No.
thing you know, you'll be playing like Madison Square Garden or Central Park over in the States.
Yeah.
It'll be easy.
No, the only person that's going to be playing MSG is going to be Promethean in his wonderful music career.
What do you? No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, no. Shh.
Yeah, all right.
There is no music career.
What?
All right.
It's not
so,
right.
with
Moving on.
yeah, run. So with that, let's jump straight into last session's summary, and then go from there. So, where last we left off, our brave adventurers had a conundrum: continue on into the Undercaves, looking for the lost Dragonborn, and possibly encountering the vicious beast again, or return to the surface to lick their wounds and try and recover from the damage they had taken. After some debate, it was decided they would continue onwards for a short while. Led again by Delgrim, they ventured further into the caves, and despite the Duergar Rangers momentarily losing the trail, finally stumbled across the Dragonborn, hidden away in a large crack in one of the cave walls. All was not well with the Dragonborn, however. The eldest, less well, was severely injured and unconscious, barely holding on to life. Grumpfel, calling forth what little magic he had left, healed the worst of her wounds, and with a sigh of relief, her eyes fluttered open. With their quarry found, talk of escape began. The group hurried back through the caves, but as they got closer to the underground lake, they could hear the beast lurking in the dark passageways, its sword-like claws raking ominously across the stones as it followed them. Picking up speed, the group found themselves at the dark edges of the water. Sending the Dragonborn on and watching as the three began clambering over the sharp and slippery rocks that jutted from the water, the beast suddenly exploded from the darkness, lunging at our heroes. With a flurry of magic and a fortuitously tossed torch, they were able to push the beast back, as one by one they began scurrying over the rocks, leaving the creature far behind on the dark shores. Safe, they made their way back to the surface. As dusk fell, they realised it would also be a good time to swing past the markets and pick up the map from the old Duergar, Abrasor. He kindly obligated and then insisted on going for drinks with them. So they headed to the tail and there met Aloysius. Overjoyed that Lestwell and her siblings were saved, Aloysius promised to keep up his end of the bargain and said he would take the group with him to the performance that was planned at the Wormshadow Theatre the following evening, and there introduce them to the Altons. The drinks began to flow, and Abrasor regaled Delgrim with tales of his journeys, but it was Miera who unexpectedly invited everybody outside. Heading out into the night air, Miera pulled forth the single firework that she purchased from Zerplethorpe, and with the entire group together, the firework was lit, and as it streaked up into the sky and exploded, showering coloured sparks through the sky, the group reflected on how far they had come together. And then Rowan flickered. And standing where Rowan once was is somebody else. Emily, could you please describe your character for us?
Yeah, I can. You would see, not to quote Cass, but the sweetest little forest gnome. She is standing there in beige clothing and a green little cloak. And she has big, like, rough tousled curls, and she's got all like little bits of herbs and flowers through them. And you can see some strokes of even like silver blonde or maybe gray through them. She's holding a brass pot in one hand and a quarterstaff in the other, and she's just standing there looking a little freaked out. Hello?
Hello.
Oh no, not again.
This must be very confusing for you. It happened to our friend sometime. She seemed to switch places with people from all around world. What is your name?
Well, I can safely say this has never happened to me before. My name is Thea. Thea Kamori.
Thea, where are you from, Thea?
Me? Where am I from? Well, I'm from Riverview.
Riverview.
Yeah,
What side of
I
the
grew up
continent's
there.
that? Is that on the
Sorry,
east coast
John.
of the?
I'm
Oh, we got a bit of
confused.
talking
Isn't
over
that
each
where-
other.
isn't that where Rowan's from? though?
Yeah. Riverview, it absolutely is. Riverview, you're from. You are from same place as our friend, Rowan.
Oh,
You know of Rowan, a halfling, very energetic, very bubbly, likes fireworks.
I mean, I haven't met I've met a Rowan. But it's quite a common name. How do you know they're the same?
Well, this Rowan seems to disappear off and on quite frequently. Do you know? Did the Rowan do that?
Well, I mean, disappear quite often is a heavy term. You'd have to reappear to disappear often. I know one that didn't reappear once. But I didn't know her too well personally. I just kind of knew her mum that had a daughter named Rowan.
Oh,
What was your Rowan mother's name?
My Rowan's mother's name? Her name was Bonnie.
Very good. We'll check. Maybe there is strange connection. Sorry, Tiernan.
Did Rowan have a last name?
Yes, I believe her name was Boulderhill.
Boulderhill. So
Bonnie
that-
Boulderhill.
Bonnie
Yeah,
Boulderhill?
that's it. Bonnie Boulderhill.
You know our Rowan. This is a different situation than when this has happened in past.
Oh, well, I mean, I met her a couple of times. I didn't really know her too well. I mean, as well as you can when someone disappears, but she's not around anymore.
What was nature of this disappearance?
Well, I mean, she went wandering, and the next time someone saw her, she wasn't with us anymore. She was found, and she's resting now.
Tiernan's going to walk over. He won't interrupt the conversation, but he will pull a tool from off his belt, and just start going up and down around, trying to cast detect magic as a ritual cast, and try to measure any readings he gets. So for the next 10 minutes, he's going to be wandering around just humming and hawing with this tool in his hand.
And during that 10 minutes, Delgrim is just going to come a little bit closer to Thea. Thea, I want you to look into my eyes. I will ask you a question. I need you to answer truthfully.
I don't believe in lying. I think it's quite rude.
You're telling me the Rowan Boulderhill that you know has died, is dead.
Well,
No.
I don't want to tell you that, but yes.
How long ago did this happen?
Oh, it feels like a long time ago. But at the same time, when you get as old as I am, days start to bleed together, It was a while ago now. It was very sad.
How
Oh.
old does Thea look?
If you were looking at her in terms of gnomish years, she'd be about 90. So, she's
I am no longer the senior of the group.
Tiernan will ask.
she's middle age in gnome years. How dare you?
How many-
Grumpfel's about 83.
How? Two questions. How many? Oh God, I'm practicing Grumpfel now. How many years ago?
From the nose?
How many years ago did Rowan pass away? And how old is Bonnie Boulderhill? Last you saw her.
Would I know these answers, Ham?
Yeah, look, from your recollection, it would have been probably probably about a year ago that Rowan passed on. And Bonnie would be around your age.
Oh, okay. Okay, so it doesn't mean a time parsec or that sort of thing. Tiernan's just going to start muttering to himself as he's trying to do whatever readings he's doing.
I'm gonna
Is he-
attempt to listen a little bit.
Actually, okay.
I will do an insight check though on Thea here,
Okay.
just in her original response, which won't matter because that's going to be a 9 on the die.
While they're all doing that, Grumpfel will look at Thea and say, so Forest Kin, what were you doing before you appeared before us?
Gonna look down at this brass pot that's under my arm, and I'm gonna pop my quarterstaff on my back and then present the pot to you. So I like to gather things, and as you'll see in this pot, I've got some oranges and I've got some herbs and some flowers. And the plan is that I'd pop it on my little fire and it would smell really nice. I like flowers and herbs and things. They're quite nice. We sell them.
Ah, very, very good. Yes, the flowers, I dare say, our flowers underground are quite nice too. But I do like the flowers that grow above ground. Although we have some remarkable ones back in Svazina that are iridescent, and some of them glow
Oh.
from and it's wonderful to see. You go exploring and you snuff the torch out for those who can't see in the dark, and then you watch the blooms of the subterranean flowers just pop into existence with their luminescence.
Well, that sounds quite nice. I'd like to see that one day.
Oh, well, if you're ever in Svazina and I'm there, I'd gladly give you a tour.
Oh, well, wait, what was your name?
Ah, sorry, my apologies. My name is Grumpfel. Grumpfel Greystone.
Very nice name, Grumpfel. I like it.
Thank you.
What's everyone else's name?
I'm Miera. Hi, Thea. Can I just ask if so you didn't see the Rowan that you didn't see her you know what I'm saying? You didn't
Oh.
see her being dead.
Well, I didn't, but her mother definitely did. And Bonnie and I, we've been very good friends for quite some time now. We were in a club together. And it was really awful. She really went through it, and there was a ceremony, and I mean, she was retrieved, so it happened.
That's very interesting because, well, I mean, the person that was here just before you came was Rowan Boulderhill as well.
So, are you insinuating that I swap places?
Well, you definitely swap places with the Rowan we know, but I don't know now whether the Rowan we know is the same Rowan you know.
There was a lot of words in one sentence.
There's a lot of words in my head at the moment.
Right.
I'm very confused.
There was a halfling standing in your spot a moment ago, and now we have a forest gnome. How else do you propose that you got to this spot?
Well, I mean, it's kind of hard. I didn't wish myself to be here or anything like that. It just kind of happened.
Oh, I'm not trying to attribute blame or anything of that nature. Oh, and terribly sorry. Forgive my manners. Tiernan de Palan.
Hi, Tiernan. It's very nice to meet you.
And I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Oh, Thea.
Thea. Hi, Thea. Great to meet you. If you just don't mind, just stay still a little bit for a moment more, and I just want to
completely.
No. I'll just stay where you're at. I won't be too much longer.
So,
Just measuring something.
While this is going on, beside you, Delgrim, you feel like someone elbows you, and you sort of glance over, and you can see Abrasil's there, and he's been there the whole time because he just kind of trailed you guys outside. He's still got one of the glasses of wine in his hand, and he leans in close and he says, "So, brother, your friends turn into different people on a regular basis, or is this normal for you and your companions?"
Apparently. Tiernan mutters.
Delgrim's going to ignore both that and the question about his name and turn around and just kind of walk away a few paces and just have some alone time for a minute while he composes himself. He's visibly upset.
It went from fireworks to she's gone.
Yeah.
Fireworks to waterworks.
Did she even see the fireworks?
So Abrasil will sort of watch you walk away, and then he'll sidle up beside Grumpfel and go, "Grumpfel, friends change into other people? Does this happen a lot?"
It more often than we've suspected, and less often than you'd think.
I've never seen anything like this before. It's
Yes.
most intriguing.
Our fellowship is an unusual one. We're still getting used to the intricacies and mysteries of it all. But yes, it is now to the point where it is no longer unexpected, nor is it strange, but is something to be explored and explained.
Yes. Turns to you, Thea, and goes, Miss Gnome, Thea, I think your name was. So do you know where you are now?
I mean, I'm here.
Well, I mean, that's very obvious, and I appreciate the sentiment, but I mean, as in, like, when I say here, I mean, like, do you recognize the town? Does it look like a place that you've been before? Or you said you're from Riverview?
Yeah. It does look familiar. I couldn't point out exactly where we were on a map if you asked me to, but I feel like we're not too far from where I'm from.
Oh, well, I mean, I'm vague recollection of where Riverview is. This is Harrow, in the city of Harrow. Does that sound familiar to you?
Oh, yes. I've been here. Well, not as often as I would have liked, but I've definitely been here before.
And how many days is Riverview from Harrow, do you propose? Yeah.
Probably 2 or 3.
2 or 3. It doesn't concern you that you literally traveled 2 to 3 days worth of distance in but a moment?
Oh, absolutely. It very much does. I don't know how I got here. And it is, in fact, concerning. But if there's one thing I've learned, it's that panicking doesn't really solve a situation. And thus, I'm just thinking that this is a weird twist of events and maybe just a part of life,
maybe it's something I was never told about before. Maybe it's like a rite of passage.
I like this gnome. She is very good. I like the attitude to life. You should come inside and have drink.
Has it
I
been
like
10
the
minutes?
drink.
What time of night is it now, Ham? Is dusk or
It
thereabouts?
is. It's sort of early evening still.
Yes. Yes, I say we get inside, back towards the warmth and
Has it been 10 minutes, Ham?
Probably not. I mean, like, this is literally playing out in real time. So,
Fair enough.
but I mean,
Well-
I'm more than happy to kind of hand wait. Like, if you want to follow inside, still doing it.
Yeah, I will. I will.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Delgrim, what are you? You've just kind of wandered off. Where have you gone off to?
Not super far away, just
Yeah.
separate from the group. And Delgrim will follow everyone back inside if they head in.
Grumpfel might hang back, noticing that Delgrim has not not followed the main group back in.
Tiernan will literally be less than a meter away from Thea the entire time.
Ah.
Miera will go back in the tavern, but she's going to kind of, it's like underneath her breath. So it's like, should have saved that firework.
Okay. So you guys head back inside, leaving Delgrim and Grumpfel sort of trailing behind.
Yeah. Is everything okay, Deepkin?
If what this gnome says is true, it would seem not. It would seem Rowan, who we thought was friend, is deceiving us, or is not who we thought.
Could not the Rowan we know be the granddaughter of the Rowan who passed? If Bonnie is her daughter.
This is a reasonable explanation.
I myself know that many in my clan bear the names of their forebears. I wonder if it is the same with our halfling friends.
I have told you before the stories around coffee of the friends I lost in my dark year in Shadowways.
Yes.
The idea that I make a new friend and lose again is.
But we have seen that despite her disappearance, her reappearance haven't been far off. Perhaps hold a hope that she will return to us in the same manner of which she disappears.
And if is same Rowan that died?
That is a question. That is a question that I think is an important one for when the Rowan that we know returns. That is an important question for the appropriate time.
How long was it roughly for the switch between Gerlach and Rowan the last time? How long until Rowan came back?
Oh, jeez. I think it would have.
It was less than a day, wasn't it?
It was
the
less
morning.
than a day.
She stayed up all night. They switched, and then they switched again right after the morning battle. So it was
yeah. It was only about a day. It wasn't like days or anything like that.
6 or 7 hours.
Yeah.
45 minutes. 70 seconds.
7 minutes. We will see when Rowan returns. I think we should ask a question.
Oh, indeed, absolutely. It is a strange and wondrous act, this disappearance and reappearance. I may not know how it works, but I am fascinated by it.
Strange, I think I agree with. Wondrous, I'm not so sure. But let us go inside.
Wondrous in the sense that it makes you wonder. Thought-provoking, perhaps.
Provoking of angry thought right now. But Abrasor is buying drink. I suggest we go inside. And
I think that's the best thing that you and I have said. and Grumpfel to the mount that Delgrim will let him sort of kind of claps him on the back and walks back in with him.
Okay, cool. So inside the Dulcimer's Tale, the evening is starting to sort of build up. You can see that Aloysius is up on the stage now, just playing a lively little ditty on a lute. The crowd's sort of starting to warm up. You can see a couple of the other of the members of the Mystic Delirium sort of off to the sides of the stage, getting ready to partake in the performance as well. There's no sign of Lady Ophelia. You haven't actually seen her since she basically left the other morning. But there are the others that you've seen around, including, Z the Grung and Tate, the remarkably handsome half-orc. Bex is still at the table as well. She sees you coming in, Miera, and gives you a look, an enthusiastic little wave. And then she kind of frowns a bit when she sees Thea, you can see sort of looking around as if looking for someone. And as you guys come and sort of park at the table, she leans over to you and she goes, "Hey, Miera, where'd your friend Rowan go? Who's this new person?"
I don't know. This is like the second time that Rowan's disappeared. And someone new's shown up. Last time it was like this guy called Gerlach. And I mean, I'm not gonna lie, he was pretty awesome. But this is Thea, and I don't know where she's from. I mean, she's from Riverview, but I mean, like, I don't know how she got here, and I don't know where Rowan is. It's so confusing, and I think she missed the fireworks. I'm hugely disappointed.
And so Thea, you can see this other halfling, similar age to Miera. I'm shorter, with just this mass of blonde curls. And she looks over at you and gives you a smile and gives you a little wave. Says, "Hi Thea, do you how did you get here?"
Well, I was gathering, and I was there, and now I'm not, and I'm here. I mean, strange things happen to strange people, I guess.
Okay.
Ooh,
I don't.
Question for Thea
Yeah.
that I don't think anyone has asked yet.
Ooh.
That's me.
Do you have like magic? So that maybe it's just like something that you didn't know that you could do, but you can do it, and now you're here.
Oh, I mean, I've been training for in magic for quite some time, actually. I like to channel different types of magic, but mostly I have learned about the circle of life and how it can provide healing benefits, and also merciless endings to people. And suffering, obviously.
Yeah, Tiernan took a double take when she used those words.
Yeah. But
That's half a step back.
You guys magic users too?
well, Bex and I are. And Rowan, who's not here, obviously, she has magic as well. And Grumpfel, he's got magic.
I have a calling from those that watch over us to ensure that I help to watch over others.
Oh my gosh, me too.
He also makes a magic cup of coffee in the morning.
Oh, best way to start the day. A cup of underdark, oh no, we can't use that terminology. Underground coffee. Deep coffee.
I can't drink coffee. It makes my heart race really fast and I get scared.
Oh, that's so cute.
And Tin interrupts. And Shadfolk, we can't abide magic, so we can't actually use it.
Oh.
But we can make
Sorry
up for it
about
another
that.
way. Yeah. Doesn't seem to bother us.
What do you do?
I look hesitantly at the rest of the group.
He has an eye
Hmm.
for intricate devices. None
I-
that I have seen before.
I mostly blow things up at the moment, but
Oh,
I'm getting better.
So
that
Thea,
sounds helpful.
you notice just sort of hovering up now from behind Tiernan, the small metallic ball with a large central eye. And it hovers up over one shoulder and then flies in like right up close to your face. Doesn't
Blinky.
touch you, but it's like right there.
Blinky, you're supposed to be in power down mode.
Like and it's like the metal eyelid blinks really quickly when you sneeze in its face, turns back to you, Tiernan, turns to Thea, turns to Tiernan, and then does a lap of the table as if it's looking for someone. And then gets back to you, Tiernan, and just lands on your shoulder. And the little ball just very slowly kind of like leans in against you.
Then I'm just looking at him going, or it rather. How did you get out of power save mode? Have I finished with the magic detection yet?
Yes, so at this stage you would have finished. And what you discover is nothing. There is
Okay.
no magical detection coming through from Thea or anything unusual.
Okay, in which case his attention's now being completely diverted by Blinky. He's like, let me finish that upgrade, please. Yes, Rowan has disappeared again. I'm sure she'll be back, but yeah, let me just get you back onto the tape. And to everyone who sees Tiernan, he seems to be quite perplexed and almost stupefied, really. The look on his expression, on his face, he puts Blinky back on the table and starts going through some procedures to do the power save modes again, and he starts muttering, "That's not possible." And his attention's been completely diverted back to Blinky.
At this stage, all of you discover another drink has been put in front of you. Most of you would recognize this as the let me just quickly get my notes. The fire wine that was presented to you by Abrasor last time. Thea, you would have in front of you now a small glass with a fairly small amount of amber liquid in the bottom. And Abrasor just sort of slides it in front of you and goes, "You friend, there, you drink with the rest of us."
Do we drink it all at once, or do we sip it slowly?
It turns to Delgrim and says, "I like this one. She's smarter than some of the rest of your friends."
I don't know your name yet.
They Abrasor. Everyone calls me Abrasor. Some people call me Abe as well. You're the only person who's really inquired much because these people don't have very good manners sometimes, but that's
Neither
okay.
do you.
I
have
literally
interesting
listened to you
stories.
asking story for 3 hours.
You're rude.
I have manners, I just get distracted.
It's fine. I don't care if you got manners or not. It's not the end of the world.
Didn't sound
And true,
like
you
it.
listen to my stories. It's fine. It's good. I'm just teasing. Ha ha. Hey, Abrasor's a funny man. Sip. I suggest you sip the drink, Thea. Excellent.
Grumpfel
Alright.
picks up the drink as well. Like I said before, may your toes be full of gold and your ears be full of rocks.
Absolutely.
And he drinks.
Das Vidania. No.
There's no dust in this drink. It was just poured,
There's no
wasn't
dust. So, with a new companion amongst the group now, and Rowan seemingly once again to have vanished. What would you guys like to do, if anything, for the rest of this evening?
Then it's just going to concentrate on Blinky and his upgrade. And once I'm finished with that, everyone will notice I will have pulled out my pistol and have started to pull it apart and starts making some alterations to it. Well,
Cool.
Miera, you think you could talk to Aloysius and see if we can arrange for somewhere for our new friend here to stay if they switch back with Rowan? It will be strange if Thea here is just wandering streets at night.
Yeah, I think that I can certainly talk to him, but I don't know if were we planning on staying here tonight, or were we going back to our rooms at the inn?
And the Veilway.
Railway, yeah.
I feel it's about time we get value for money we spent at Veilway.
so we have to pay for the bill.
We have already paid for him, I believe.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. You paid up front.
Oh, thank God.
Well, I don't mind where we stay, here or there. I think tonight I need a good rest after the last few days we've had, and I think I need time to think and reflect on a few things.
I prefer the inn that's got all the rest of my tools there.
Did Rowan leave her stuff in the rooms?
Yeah, we got Rowan a room when she mysteriously returned first time.
And she joined me when I went back earlier to grab some gear.
You do.
Presumably.
So I guess Thea could use Rowan's room, seeing as how it's empty.
You don't mind tagging along a little bit longer with us, Thea?
Just so you have somewhere safe to stay the night.
It almost seems like you could be your well-being while this interesting situation happens to look after you. So perhaps come with us.
Like a sleepover?
Sleepover.
Kind of. But you'll have your own room.
Oh, I've never been invited to a sleepover before. This could be fun. Are you okay with me sticking around?
Oh, I think we'd prefer it, considering if the same sequence of events was to reoccur, then hypothetically, you would be translocated back to your prior location, and Rowan would reappear with us.
Also,
Well-
we don't know what happens if you die to our friend.
Oh,
And we
well,
would.
I hope that's a long time away. But I could. It's not. It's only a couple of days back to Riverview, and I could just go there. But the confusion about your friend, makes me a little nervous that if I go back, it might not be what I expect. So if you'll have me, I'd like to stay.
Sounds
Yes,
good.
I think we would absolutely accommodate you.
Just for now, just until I figure out what's going on.
Bex turns to Miera and says, "Hey, but Miera, do you want to stay here with us? Like we can I'll be crashing upstairs with the rest of the Delirium. Do you you're more than welcome to hang out with us."
The rest of the delirium.
That probably actually might be a good idea, because that way we'll have enough. Will we have enough rooms? Or at least you won't have to. Thea won't have to share. And that gives us some time to kind of catch up, I guess, as well. Because I did go and do a bit of stuff before, so.
You did, and we can old times. We can stay up all night and talk about stuff, because we haven't done that in such a long time.
Let's do that.
Yeah, and keep getting drunk, because I did say that we were going to get shit faced. So
Let's do it.
awesome, excellent. She gets up and heads off to the bar, and you can see that she's ordering like a couple of bottles of alcohol. So what's everyone else's plans? Like, are you heading back to the Veilway now? Are you going to sort of hang around for a while? What's the plan, team?
Grumpfel's happy to head back. It's the last 2 or 3 days have sort of had his, like, because we haven't had our long rest yet. His magic reserves are incredibly low. For all the action we've seen and fun and fighting we've had, he is quite tired. So he's all in favor of returning to the Veilway and bed.
Tiernan
Bed
would
and contemplation.
Tiernan would definitely be second that.
What about Delgrim?
Delgrim will approach Thea then. If it's all right with you, we would like to return to a place of sleep now. But if you wish to stay here, I will stay with you.
Oh, well, where's everyone else going? Are you guys splitting up? Oh no.
It's a thing we do from time to time. It always results in good time. Grumpfel and Tiernan are returning to a place we have paid to sleep. Miera will stay here with friend. They will have friend time. They have not seen each other for quite a long time.
Well, I'm not one to intrude on friend time, so I guess if you'll have me at the tavern, I'll just go there.
Very well. If you follow Grumpfel and Tiernan, I'll be along shortly.
Ebrasor, Ebrasor, who's sitting beside you, Delgrim, he's just like, you're not going to leave now. The night is young. You rest of your friends, they can all go, but surely, Delgrim, stay here with me. We talk about the old times. Have a few more drinks.
I think, old man, it's time for me to sleep.
Kids these days, no constitution, just disappointed.
Look, I'll have you know, I feel I could continue drinking into early hours of morning, but it has been a large day. Many things have occurred. My friend is disappeared again, and now I am told my friend may not be my friend. Is either strange coincidence named same as mother, or friend has been lying to me about who they are. I'm very frustrated right now. I am not in great mood for fun party time.
This is acceptable.
I know it's
appreciate it.
acceptable. I'm not looking for your acceptance. I'm just answering your annoying question while you talk.
Well, I'm giving you my acceptance whether you want it or not. I mean, it's just tough. I understand what you're saying.
I will take acceptance as freely given.
Fine, then I will retract the acceptance. You can go with your friends, and we will just catch up and drink another time.
And do with your acceptance what you will. Have fun
I
night.
will. I will take my acceptance. The last time I'm giving my acceptance, just children these days. Just. Ugh.
And Delgrim will quickly track towards Miera before heading out.
Before you do that, though,
yes,
when you stand up, Ebrasor stands up as well and offers you his hand.
Which Delgrim will take.
Yeah. He says, "It's good to see another brother here. Stay safe if I don't see you again. But hopefully I will. You and your friends are interesting."
Safe is not interesting. I cannot promise to stay safe.
Very well. Then maybe you can just promise to stop wearing stupid hat, because you look ridiculous. Anyway, you go and do your thing.
His hat make me feel amazing. Thank you very much. And
Just waiting for Delgrim to lay him out.
and
Liverpool kiss dog.
and Delgrim will leave him there and track over towards Miera.
As you turn to go, you can see he's just sort of chuckling away to himself. And he sits down, and you watch him as he collects all the drinks that haven't been drunk and pours them in front of himself. Oh, it's going to be a great night for Ebrasor.
I like this guy. Yeah.
We did collect a map of him, didn't we? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
Go back and pick that.
Yeah. Hope so.
Sort of Grumpfel just skulks back in, picks it up, skulks back in.
Miera, just before I go with others to Veilway, I just want to say again, thank you for firework tonight. It was very, very sweet. Truly.
You're welcome. I just I guess I'm a bit sad that I don't know if Rowan even saw it.
I am almost certain Rowan saw it. I'm no longer certain Rowan is Rowan, but I'm certain they saw it.
Yeah, it seems a bit, I don't know, it's suspicious. But I mean, I don't know. Who really knows what's going on? It's just bizarre. But I'm glad that you enjoyed the fireworks at least. I figured, because, you know, when we found the fireworks at Greenfield and Rowan wasn't there that time, and I know it disappointed you not having her there to see them after we'd sort of, found them and gone through all of that with Corbin. So I was happy to at least give you a little taste of it.
Very appreciated. Both fireworks touch my heart in very different ways now. It always be special moment for me. So thank you.
I'm glad. You're very welcome.
And then Delgrim will nick off and catch up with the others.
Awesome. So Miera, that leaves just you and Bex essentially at the table. Abrasor's off to sort of one side, same table, but he's
Yeah, I'm not talking to him. He's rude.
He's not terribly engaged with you either. He's like, oh, I saw these drinks for me. This is going to be great.
He paid for those drinks.
So is there anything in particular that you're wanting to sort of do for the evening, like with Bex or anything like that? Or are you guys just going to kind of hang out?
So, there was one, I was wondering, and I'll ask Bex. Bex, can you use the kitchen here at the tavern or at the?
I've never asked. I don't know. I guess we could ask the question and find out, I suppose. Why do you want to use the kitchen? They can make you anything that you want.
I know, but how much do you miss home?
Oh, I mean, like a lot. Like I can still feel really guilty that I kind of just took off the way I did, but
I guess I'm sad that you didn't tell me that you were going to go.
I know, and look, there's a lot of things that I've done that I regret, and that's one of the things I regret the most, Miera. I'm really sorry about that. But look, we know where we are now, and we know where we're going. And I know that we're probably going to go our separate ways again for a little while at least. But at least, like, we can, I don't know, stay in touch, or I don't know. Yeah. But
we're both with good groups of people that will look after us and
absolutely
and help us. So that's good. But what I was thinking was, because I know I miss home and you miss home, so I was wondering if maybe we could use the kitchen and bake some cookies.
Like just 1,000 times yes. Oh my god, we can go and ask Lud. He might, if we talk to Aloysius, maybe Aloysius can do his whole. He's just kind of got away with people. He might be able to convince Lud to just let us. Maybe when things calm down a bit, we can go in there and. But do you have the ingredients though?
I don't think so. I don't have the ingredients, but there's got to be something like similar. Maybe.
Oh, I mean, they do some pretty cool stuff here. So, look, let's go have a talk. We'll head up Aloysius after the show, and then we'll see what we can sort out. Yeah, awesome.
Sounds good.
Excellent.
One more question.
Oh god, yeah, sure.
So, this is
We
for
should have
you.
turned this into like a drinking game. Like it should be you ask a question, I drink, I ask a question, you drink.
As DM outside the game, is
Yeah.
Lestwell still in the pub? In the,
So
in
no,
the tavern?
so Lestwell still hasn't turned up yet.
Okay.
She'd gone back to sort of sort out stuff with her siblings and things. Yeah.
All right. So the question will then be to Bex. Bex, have you heard of blow moss before?
No. Doesn't ring any bells to me. Why?
Tell me she found some and didn't tell us.
That's really, you guys come
Miera's
back
pockets are
and
stuffed.
Bex and Miera are doing lines of glow moss.
Well, I just heard about how the higher class people in this area tended to like things like this glow moss, and I was just wondering if I could get some, and then just like see if I could, I don't know, use it.
Is it Miera? Is it like a drug?
Yes.
That's a bit naughty.
No.
I reckon Aloysius could hook us up.
Let's go ask then, because I think I have the perfect idea.
Perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we've got to wait for him to finish, but we'll talk to him afterwards.
So, okay.
So, with that, how inebriated is Miera willing to get?
Not like super duper blacked out. I would say she's probably just merry.
Okay, Mary. Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
All right. So you guys drink on through the evening. At some stage, you see like Abrasor leaves, absolutely definitively not walking in a straight line. And it's very late in the evening by the time Aloysius stops performing. And over that period of time, various members of the Mystic Delirium sort of swing past you guys and say hi and sit down and have a bit of a chat with you. And it's very obvious that like Bex gets on super well with all of them. And they all seem like very, very nice individuals. But eventually Aloysius turns up. He's more than happy to go and have a word with Lud. And you sort of watch, he saunters up to the bar, and there's lots of talking and laughing, and then he comes back a few minutes later with a big grin on his face, and he's just like, you can have the kitchen all night if you want it, you two. Not a problem.
Thank you so much.
So you guys head back into the kitchen. It's a very large, very well-stocked kitchen. There's a number of ingredients, probably not exactly what you would need to fully replicate like a 100% authentic Sparkletown sparkle cookie. But you could probably get like the budget version, which you can absolutely try and make if you'd like to.
Yes, please.
Okay, so I do need you to make a proficiency check for me. I think you're proficient with your cooking tools, aren't you?
Yes. I think so.
And you can add on your intelligence modifier to that as well.
So
now, normally because it's sparkle cookies that you're making, you'd get to roll with advantage, but because you're also slightly shit-faced, you're going to lose that because, measurements and stuff, like half the time while you're doing this, Bex is kind of dancing around the kitchen and probably being maybe a bit more of a hindrance than a help. And Aloysius has also come in and is just sort of sitting up on one of the benches, like his little hooved feet dangling as he watches you guys, and he's sort of chatting away with you as well.
Because I'm on an iPad today.
Yep.
Where's the thing?
So on your character sheet, Down in the bottom left-hand corner, there should be a little dice icon, I think.
Yes.
If you click on that,
Yes.
it should give you an option for the dice.
Oh yeah, no. I just meant what I add to it.
Oh,
So-
what you add to it. So you would add to it your proficiency modifier, which is +2, and your intelligence modifier of whatever that is for you.
Right, so I roll efficiency.
I almost had this idea that like Miera and her family would be savants in the kitchen, even half baked or half blind. And if they weren't, then they'd be rolling with disadvantage. And it's like all this chaos in the kitchen while they're doing stuff. But to get the measurements and the timing and whatever, it would be like you'd be a savant with
It's
it
like in the blood.
in the zone. But if you're not in that zone, like, and you're just doing it normal home, like it's a complete mess.
I'm actually picturing at the moment that Bex is throwing flour around, lying on the ground. Look, a flour arranged.
Oh, like she
Yes.
would totally probably at some stage have a couple of like cup measures and would be dancing and kind of like twirling them up. So there's sort of like this rain of flour as she sort of spins with flour in the air.
Barkletown tradition.
Yeah.
Awesome. I rolled a 15 plus 2 plus 1, so 18.
Yeah, look, I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
despite the distractions, despite everything else, you whip up a large batch of these sparkle cookies, and before long, the aroma of them is wafting through the kitchen.
A good 4,000 or 5,000 of them, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'll bake most of them.
Okay.
I want to reserve a little bit of the batter.
Yeah.
And I'm going to ask Aloysius about Blowmoss if he's still in the kitchen with us.
Yeah. So you go through that process. Aloysius tells you that the glow moss it's a very, very mild hallucinogenic, generally used more for display, presentation reasons more than anything else. However, if you ingest enough of it, and it doesn't take huge amounts, basically it just it accentuates everything that you see. So colors and everything become infinitely more vibrant. If you take more than that, like eating too much can make you physically ill. So you got to kind of sort of balance it out. He's not aware of anything where like you're going to overdose on it. But yeah, it'll make you terribly sick. He doesn't have any personally. He does tell you that a lot of that is essentially used by the nobles and those with infinitely more money. But as you sort of get onto that subject, he kind of goes off on a little bit of a tangent. And while you're making the cookies, sort of rants, but in a fairly kind of polite way, about the toxic nature of the nobles in Harrow, but also the nobles and basically society in general of all of Alamar. He talks about how those with money hoard it for themselves. They don't use it for the betterment of anybody else. The only way to climb the social ladder is to basically stab your way to the top. If you've got the money, you can do almost anything that you want. Harrow is a perfect microcosm of all of society, where you've got the Dragon's Heart in the center of the town, which is affluent, and nobody's left wanting anything. And they're just sort of detached from reality of what life's really like. And they spend their money on pleasures of the senses and drugs and food and just flamboyance, where there's so much that could be done for society. He extols on, talks about like the rat's nest, and how the people of the rat's nest would be so much better off if these cursed nobles would just essentially pull their heads out of their asses and look at the poverty and the pain that goes on there. The people there, they will employ at times, but they're paid a pittance, far underpaid anything that they should be. And that it's the same for most of Alamar. There's a few pockets where maybe it's not so bad, where the nobles haven't sort of got their their greasy mitts on certain small towns, and tiny villages and stuff like that are sort of exempt from a lot of it. But even Greenfields with the Nifglades and with Peridin, he was trying to do what all nobles do: climb the social ladder, and that he really firmly believes passionately that the nobility is a sickness that needs to be dealt with before Alamar can really reach the heights that it was, way back in the days of the Durador Kingdom. It sort of wishes that it was more like Kingsvale, which is a vastly more honourable, well-established duchy where the people look out for each other. There is a sense of truth and justice that runs through it. There's no sort of excess that the Duchess Jezebel Zazarul, who rules Kingsvale, does so, and as a compassionate and very thoughtful, gracious ruler. And he sort of wishes that she would do something about what's going on in Alamar and the problems. He kind of gets up a real head of steam about this. It's obviously something he's very passionate about.
So, is that why you're meeting with? I can't remember the name of the
Altons.
The Altons.
He says, no. I mean, we're going there to perform because that's what we do. We're performers. We're going to charge them ridiculous amounts of money, which they'll pay because they're ignorant, and then we'll use that money for good. But then he kind of gives you a little bit of a look, and he goes, "But also got something else planned that might be a bit of a surprise. But I'll talk about that with you and your friends a bit more tomorrow."
Is it going to be disruptive?
Do you want it to be disruptive, Miera?
Well,
looking at you, starting to getting to know you and knowing what Bex is like, I think you'd like a little bit of disruption, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I think it will probably be a little bit disruptive, at a minimum.
I can't wait.
It's going to be quite the day.
I love surprises. This is brilliant.
It's going to be amazing. So with that, we'll swing back around to the rest of the party who has, at this stage, easily got back to the Veilway. I'm not sure if there's anything anyone wants to do back at the Veilway.
Apart from spending some more time tinkering in his room, Tiernan pretty much says goodnight to everybody. And if Thea needs directions, he will lead Thea to Rowan's room.
Yep.
She'll happily follow Tiernan, so that she doesn't just sleep somewhere random.
Yeah, Delgrim's got nothing specific in mind.
Awesome. Grumpfel, anything from you?
Actually, yes. If I may steal 5 minutes of the stream, Grumpfel will make his good nights and go back to his room.
Mm-hmm.
So he is going to sort of go back to his room, lock the door behind him, put everything down. In one of his packs, he has a little block of incense, and I'm pretty sure he has a little flint and tinder or something like that. He also has just a normal candle, which he'll light that first, and he'll light the little block of incense. He will take his amulet off from around his neck, and he'll put it down sort of with a bit of cloth or something sitting up by the candle and the incense. He'll pull out his little book, the Word of Kamateon, and he will sort of settle himself down, and he'll sit there, and he'll just open to a passage and kind of settle down to a just not quite chanting, but more of a verbalized inner reflection. Kamateon, the days have been long, the darkness not as bright as it used to be. I feel this group needs my help, and I shall stay and pursue it. A sign, if any, to show that I am on the path, to share your word and my might with those I find by my side. And he'll sort of just sit there and with his eyes closed and just hold the book, smell the incense, and then after a sort of 5 or 6 minutes, he'll open his eyes and he'll close the book. He'll put it down and he'll snuff the candle, but he'll let the incense go and he'll prepare himself for bed and sleep.
Cool. Awesome. Absolutely love it, dude. That's awesome. You do, as sleep comes to take you, you do get a sense of calm as you drift off to sleep, with the last smells of the incense just sort of wafting through the room. There's a calming sense to the world around you as you drift off to sleep. John.
During Tiernan's tinkering, he spends a little bit more time looking over Blinky, double checking the upgrade he's made, double checking the power cycle and the power control switches and so forth, and then reactivates Blinky. And he looks directly at Blinky. Blinky, how did you throttle your power on from power safety mode?
The eye just closes slowly and then opens again. And it sort of like does a sort of a little sort of like shifting its weight from one small foot to the other on the table in front of you, almost sort of like awkwardly. You know how when you ask a child, did you steal the cookie? And they're kind of like Blinky's kind of like.
How is the new module? Can you access it? Don't turn it on. Can you access it? You don't have any more power reserves to initiate it.
You get like sort of a quick blink, a quick affirmative blink.
Okay. Now I believe I've worked out all the bugs. Power access notwithstanding. So let's see how it works. I have been working on it for a while, so it should be fine. Should be fine. As you know, it's my own little creation with some input from Dad. It's outside our usual schematics and the guild's license schematics, I should say. But anyway, you're fully operational now, and I require your help with this armor. And he's taken off his breastplate. Breastplate? Yes. Mm-hmm. And with Blinky's help, he starts to install inlays of thin metal on the all surfaces of the breastplate, much like how he's got it in his coat and on the inside of his coat, and he traces them all down like thin lines with very jagged square bends, almost like a circuit, and he inlays them all over his breastplate.
Awesome.
And then he, once he's finished, he grabs his pistol and activates it, and flushes a power flush down through the breastplate. It is now infused. And before he goes to sleep, he finished making some alterations to his pistol so that now two metal prongs are now present underneath the barrel and jut forward.
Okay, cool. That's awesome. Excellent. Anybody else anything this evening? Okay. All right. Before the next morning rolls around, Delgrim, you
Is this
return to
before or
your
after
room.
we hit the long rest button, just out of curiosity?
Absolutely, yes, absolutely. You can do the long rest stuff. Everyone can do the long rest stuff. Make sure you check your hit points before you hit it. Because I think if you tick the fixed hit points button, it does all sorts of stupid stuff. So just double check your hit points before you hit the long rest button. If they change, you'll might need to finagle things, but just as a warning. Because
good
the hit points
finagling.
always catch me out. But Delgrim,
Mm.
you get all organized, you settle in. You don't sleep well.
You think? Yes.
There is you still get the benefits of your long rest, but that dream that you had a long time ago, way back in the Gloomrot, it visits you again tonight.
Let's suppose there's a familiarity to the figure in that dream to someone who's just popped into existence a few short hours ago then.
It's a silhouette of a figure.
Yeah.
But I want you to
Scuttlebush.
make a perception check.
Okay. That's an 18.
18. The figure does look familiar. It's not Thea though.
Mm.
If you had to bet money on it, probably Miera.
Brilliant. I feel like Delgrim's been tossing this question around for more or less since they met as well. I think that image in particular has stuck with him for some time, and dictated the direction that he took when he came above. So I think it's something he's wrestled with for a bit. If it's interrupting his sleep, he'll just keep to himself, pretty quiet, but he might just start sharpening his axe or something, perhaps just to get some repetitive action underway so he can calm himself back down.
It's definitely a dark dream, and it would have definitely woken you up. And how you settle back down is entirely up to you. But yeah, you would eventually find sleep again, and the rest of the night would be dreamless. The next day rolls around, and it is a beautiful, clear, sunny sky as all of you slowly awaken. Miera, you would be upstairs in the attic of the Dulcimer's Tail with Bex, Aloysius, Z, Tate are all up there as well. Athelas too is still tagging along. The rest of you will wake up in your rooms back at the Veilway. What do you guys want to do this morning?
Can I check how many cookies I made last night? And I want to reserve that little bit of dough that I didn't bake. I want to keep that raw.
Roll for me 3d6 and add 4. This is the number of cookies that you got out of that batch.
That didn't get eaten during the night.
Roll cookie dough.
See.
Roll a salmonella check.
Yeah. Oh no, the dough that you saved. Oh.
Okay, so I rolled 6 and add 4, so 10.
Yeah, so you got 10 cookies. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. And the dough's slowly going to take on its own mystical properties as it gets older and older. Who needs glow moss when you can have Sapandala dough?
I might use it before it goes bad. It's okay.
Well, the first thing that Tiernan will probably do would be to knock on Rowan's door, which is now Thea's door.
Yep.
Good morning, Thea. Are you still there?
Yeah, enthusiastically open the door and be like, surprise.
Oh, okay. So you're still with us. That's good.
Well,
or bad.
I
I don't
woke
know,
up-
but it's good.
Oh, well, I hope it's not bad.
No, I don't mean it like that.
Oh,
It's very confusing.
it's okay. I say confusing things too sometimes. It's good. It's good that I'm here, I guess. I don't know.
Breakfast?
Guess we'll find out.
It's like breakfast.
Oh, yes, I like to eat.
How will Blinky be acting at this point? By curiosity?
Blinky, so when you open up Rowan's door, so Blinky would be on your shoulder, and as you go up to Rowan's door, Blinky would sort of start like sort of bouncing a bit. And when the door opens, the bouncing stops. Blinky blinks once and then just turns around.
Blinky, this is Thea. She's going to be staying with us for a little bit.
Just wobbles a little again, sort of does that sort of petulant child kind of wobble thing.
I'm sorry, it's a little bit buggy at the moment. But
That's
breakfast?
okay. Yeah, I'd love some breakfast. That's okay, as long as Blinky understands that I have allergies. So if he gets a little close, I might sneeze on him.
It's okay. Breakfast.
So Tiernan, when you say that he's a little bit buggy, you get kind of like the pressure from his little feet on your shoulder increases to the point of where it's almost painful for the briefest of seconds.
Tiernan just going to frown and side-eye Blinky a little bit.
Blinky just
starts
turns
wondering.
a little bit away from you as well, so he's sort of just facing off your shoulder, off into the middle of nowhere.
Tiernan's just going to be walking like he's got his head in his cloud, thinking, and it's like that wouldn't be account for the change in mannerisms unless it's associated with the power coupling of the. He's muttering and he's walking straight towards the stairs. And
That's
Thea,
some
you see
big
him.
words.
What?
Big words.
What big
Like
words?
onomatopoeia.
On whose pier? Pardon?
Sorry, that broke me a little bit.
I haven't heard words like that before. There's not many people that can do what you can do where I'm from.
Sorry. I just where I'm
Oh,
from.
don't apologize.
Everybody, well, my entire family is. That's how we talk. So it.
That's really
sort of,
cool.
yeah, it is a bit, isn't it?
I'm a little old for some of that technology stuff, but maybe you could teach me.
Yes, maybe. Breakfast?
Oh, I'm following you. I'm ready to eat.
Then it's going to lead into the breakfast.
Delgrim will have come out at this point also, I think. And will perhaps chime in. Is not cool. Is annoying and will get one of us killed one day. And we'll head down the stairs to get some food.
Oh, I think I upset him.
Tiernan looks a little bit hurt and downcast. Takes a deep sigh and starts slowly plodding down the stairs.
Hey, Tiernan.
Hmm?
Sometimes people frown at me for the type of magic I do because it can be a little bit scary. But you know, some things are normal to some people and some things are normal to other people. And that's just how the world works. And one day, your friend will understand.
Well, it's very confusing down here off the shard, so I'm trying to work it out as I go.
Imagine being teleported to a place where you know no one and someone's apparently alive, but they're actually not. It's really confusing also.
Strangely relatable.
Oh my god, are we friends?
We might as yes. We can be friends.
Okay, well, you can teach me a handshake one day. Let's see.
Okay, friend.
Okay, awesome. Grumpfel,
Awkward.
anything from
Yes.
you in particular, or
So Grumpfel will have heard noise outside. He's got up, cleaned up, tidied up, put away the little incense block and put a re-wrapped the little book, and put the candle away, holy symbol back around and tucked back in. Repacked his things a little bit just in case they do need to get moving, but he doesn't want to, trudge everything downstairs just yet. And after that, he will then make his way downstairs.
okay. So unless there's anything in particular you guys want to do when you get downstairs and have breakfast, is there? Or will you just basically head straight back over to the Dulcimer's Tail?
Yeah, just be chit chat. We should head back to Aloysius as soon as possible and establish what we need to do for this meeting with the Outlands.
Who are you guys meeting?
A noble family from this area. We are going to ask them to help with a town we have been in before that are in some financial trouble.
Are you guys nobles too?
I am no noble.
There's no nobility where I come from.
I would just say that some of them are not very nice people. So you should be very careful.
That is what I hear. What do you know of nobles in this place?
Well, I'm very far from a noble. I am just a simple cart woman. I sell plants and flowers and herbs. But it's an honorable trade. However, I've just heard whisperings in like the marketplaces and stuff like that. And sometimes they can be really obnoxious and stuck up and like high-nosed.
I was curious to see how long you're going to hold your nose like that.
We
I can do it
are gnomes. There is no time limit on such things.
Yeah, that's true. I'm also
Maybe.
very stubborn.
Maybe we should go speak to Aloysius.
I think this is a good idea.
Okay. So you guys gather up all your bits and pieces, have a quick breakfast, make your way back over to the Dulcimer's Tail. Grumpfel, you guys like pass through or close enough to the market, so Grumpfel, you can go and get a bit more coffee. There's a small,
Yes.
there'll be a small stall there which will be selling some beans and stuff, which you'll be able to procure with no issues whatsoever.
A couple of he'll just pick out a couple of different styles and that, and pay the person there the money.
Awesome, excellent, which we've already sorted out, which is fantastic. So you guys head back to the tail. So over at the tail, Miera, you wake up. Probably there's probably some residual hangover going on there. I mean, you guys, had a few drinks and all that sort of stuff. Anything in particular you want to do before the rest of the group rolls up?
I don't. I guess. No, I was gonna ask Aloysius about like what time we were supposedly meeting with the Altons. But I can wait till the group gets back.
Okay.
To do that.
Okay, awesome. All right, so, so Miera, you, Bex, and the rest of the guys there would all sort of potter downstairs, and Lud would be down there. Lud gives you guys a little bit of a dirty look. which is when you remember probably the state of the kitchen after you guys bailed out after your cooking session.
Oh. Can I reach into my bag and pull out one of the cookies that I made and give it to Lud?
Yeah, he eyeballs it up and down and takes it and has a bite.
What do you think?
Surprisingly good. What's the recipe that you use?
Well, I can't tell you that really because that's kind of like special. But I'm glad to hear that they taste good. Because they're kind of like sparkle cookies, but they're not. They're ICB TN sparkle cookies.
ICT what?
ICBTN. I can't believe they're not sparkle cookies.
Oh, I went the whole insane clown posse thing, but I was trying to make it work for a halfling and it didn't work.
The next time you use the cookies are good. The next time you use my kitchen, though, please actually leave it in a decent state of repair. I don't know how you managed to get so much flour on the roof, and but just
well, I think there was a little bit of sorry. We'll clean up next time, I promise. I slipped over and flour in the hand, and it just kind of gets everywhere.
Awful lot of flour in your hand, young lady,
some in my
considering what was on the
shoes.
roof.
Sorry, lad. Enjoy the cookie, though. I'm glad you like it.
Lucky it's a good cookie. And he wanders off. So you guys potter around downstairs, eating breakfast. The rest of the party at this stage turns up. As you guys get to the Dulcimer's Tail, you can see outside there are two large, very brightly painted, covered wagons. All sealed up, so you can't see what's inside. Each of them being pulled by two horses. And you can see mulling around, you can see a couple of humans, some dwarves, you spot like a Goliath, all sort of going around sort of checking the wagons and stuff like that. And you can see also with them Lady Ophelia, standing very tall and very regal, as she appears to be sort of directing them about doing a few sort of small jobs. When she sees you guys sort of approaching, she gives you a very slow nod, and then goes back to talking to this collection of people.
Good morning, Lady Ophelia, Tiernan says as he walks past.
Again, just that sort of brief nod of acknowledgement. She towers over the top of you all.
We did not have chance to speak when we last saw you, but your performance was amazing. Very good.
Thank you most kindly, sir.
How tall is she in relationship to Tiernan?
She is about 7 foot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So where I have to look up like this, everyone has to look up like that.
Yeah. So if you put sort of Delgrim and Grumpfel on top of each other, then they're possibly getting close. Or is she just 3 kobolds in a trench coat? We'll never know. No.
Not with that voice.
No, not with that voice.
Maybe that's how they get the harmonics. You never know. It was curious you not stay that night with Aloysius and the others. Do you have
I had
place here?
Jobs to attend to.
I don't like to pry, but what jobs?
That's Delgrim.
We haven't rolled any dice today, so make a persuasion check, Delgrim.
Sure.
Captain Sophistication. What was that?
11.
11.
It's cocked, but not quite cocked enough. It's 11.
No, definitely not cocked enough. She just looks down at you, and just says, "Jobs."
I hope your job's successful for you.
It was. And she just turns and starts talking to these other people.
Delgrim is trying to grab Delgrim to pull him into the Ultima's tail with him.
So you guys roll on inside, and as always, at this time of the day, the tail is comparatively empty. This is more of a nighttime establishment, and you can see over on the tail, over sitting at one of the tables, you can see Cass and Bex, Bathalas,
Who?
Aloysius, and the rest, all just finishing off their breakfast.
Aloysius, so, were we going to see the nobles today? You said something about a party, was it?
Yes, he says, come and sit down. Have you had breakfast already?
Oh, yeah, we're stuffed.
Right, okay. Well, come and sit down. And he
Grumpfel
gestures.
didn't want to serve coffee until we were with Miera, though, so I think I developed a kind of dependency on Grumpfel's coffee. I would like coffee before we begin if we can.
Yeah, he chuckles and goes, I'm sure we can organize something. Lad, can we get some hot water? Grumpfel, is there anything else that you need?
I would explain the cranky behavior. Tiernan mutters under his breath.
Just hot water is fine.
Excellent. Lad, hot water. Lad comes over a couple of minutes later with a small pot of hot water, which you can use to make your coffee.
And Miera will offer any leftovers she has, like bacon or whatever other greasy hangover food she was served for breakfast. She'll offer that to Delgrim.
Excellent.
If that will help cheer him up too.
Nice. Outstanding. So as you guys go about sorting out your breakfasts, nibbling on greasy food, having coffees and the like, Aloysius says, right, so the plan for today, the performances tonight, because of course all good performances are held at night. So the plan will be that we will meet here at dusk, and you'll accompany us up to the Dragon's Heart. You'll need to come with us because otherwise they just won't let you inside. From there, basically I'm going to tell them that you're like stage hands. You're here to help us out. We've got a lot of bits and pieces that we need for the performance. So we'll get you into the theatre. Once you're in the theatre, what we'll do is I'll make sure that we're all sorted out for our performance, and then I'll take you up to the main foyer. Now, I need to be very, very clear about this. The nobility here will not stand for any type of tomfoolery, nonsense, disrespect, anything of that nature. You need to be very, very aware that the people here, the people with the money, look at people like you and people like me with disdain and treat us as disposable. When you go up there, you will need to be on your best behavior. Cannot stress that enough. I have heard and I have seen people killed or just the slightest indiscretions. Might not be on the day, but people have not woken up the next morning. People have vanished. These people are not to be trifled with.
Thought you said Altons were good, or mostly good. This does not sound like behavior of people who do not deserve to die.
Look, the Altons are one of the families here who I believe have probably got the closest thing to a good heart amongst the nobles, but I would still be cautious.
I am always cautious. I am very careful of such things.
Excellent, excellent.
Besides,
So-
it's probably going to be other noble families there, yes? Not just the Altons.
No, exactly. There is going to be a significantly large number of nobles there. And beyond that, just people with money. There are going to be people there who are going to be trying to do everything to get into the nobles' good books. Anybody who has got money will be there and will be trying to wiggle their way into the good graces of these people. It is... You are aware of the fighting pits on the rat's nest. This is going to be not much different. There is just going to be less blood and swords and more caustic words and sharp wit.
Excuse me, I have a question.
Yeah, and it's like the first time he's noticed you, and he goes, yeah. Don't recognize you. Is she...
I don't recognize you either.
It's
She-
like
she's-
orc.
She's filling in for Rowan.
She popped in. Rowan popped out again, like she did. You remember Gerlach?
Yes.
She did it again, but this time it's Thea and not Gerlach. But they come from the same place, and apparently she knows Rowan, or she knew a Rowan, but they have the same last name and the same mother's name. But her Rowan is dead.
Oh,
I'm sorry,
I
Thea.
haven't heard it put so bluntly.
I'm sorry. I don't know how else to explain it. It's so weird and.
It
Oh,
could
yes,
be just
I guess
it could be a large family. We don't know.
Well, technically speaking, yes. The word is dead. I don't like to talk about it. Bonnie was so sad. Anyway, my question. What type of a performance are we going to see? I've not seen a performance before.
It's very good question, young lady. So what was your name again? It was...
Oh, it's Thea Kamori. You won't have heard of me.
Aloysius stands up, and he's got like this big blue floppy hat on with this big feather, and he stands up, and you can see he is a satyr. He takes the hat off, and with a big flourish gives you a bow and says, "My name is Aloysius Whittakins. I am the leader of the Troop of the Mystic Delirium. It is a pleasure to meet you, Thea."
She's going to stand up really quickly and like brush herself off, and then she's going to be like, curtsy. And then...
That's very nice. Lovely. So the performance tonight, it's a play that myself and other members of the troupe have written. Very specific, very much for tonight, for this audience. I don't want to say too much because I want it to be a surprise.
Well, you don't have like a synopsis or a program?
No, I want to keep it under my hat. And he sort of gestures with his big floppy hat. But I can promise you...
Is it a surprise, or are you just being secretive?
It's a little bit of both, Thea. It's a little bit of both. But I find that those surprises are fun, like a good surprise.
Well, I mean, some are fun, some are not.
And can I roll an insight check to see if this person is being, shady?
Yeah, absolutely. Make that dice roll.
Vibe check.
Make a vibe check.
A vibe check. That's a 17.
17. Okay. Yeah, I mean, he seems like he's a very enthusiastic, flamboyant individual. You don't pick up on any kind of like deceitful vibes. He's being a little bit elusive, but I mean, nothing more than like, it just seems he's super keen on this being a surprise.
Aloysius, a thought occurs. If we're supposed to be stagehands, you said.
Correct.
How is us being stagehands going to ingratiate ourselves to the Altons?
I will get to that. It's very, very, very straightforward. So you see, we're going to get you inside. We'll help you. Actually, I need to backtrack. I got distracted by the lovely young gnome.
Her name's Thea.
Thea. Yes, sorry. Thank you. Thea. So one thing to be conscious of also with tonight's performance, there are some special visitors in town. So we've got Hector Beckforth and his wife will be in town. For those of you who don't know, Hector is the son of Duke Beckforth, who is the ruler of Alamar. He's sent his son and his wife out here as they're trying to build relationships, but I honestly think it's more of a show of power. The Beckforths and the Malagarths are, of course, the rulers here in Harrow, not on the greatest of terms. So there will be an extra level of tension at the performance this evening. But again, the Beckforths, someone not to be trifled with.
I like a trifle.
How does that answer Tiernan's question? If we stagehand, how we talk to no?
Yeah, I am still
Delgrim,
confused at that point.
I will get there. So I will get you in as stagehands. The nobles aren't going to care one iota about who's doing what. Once we're inside the Dragon's Heart, I will take you down through the back. We're going to have to get you some better clothes because the clothes you're wearing are just not. I can't drag you up in front of a bunch of nobles wearing what you're wearing at the moment. That won't work.
If we're stagehands, are we all going to be wearing black at the start? Like all black?
No, probably not. Don't really require that. I mean, if you want to wear black, I mean, it's completely up to you. But
isn't that so we can fade into the background on the stage?
Interesting. Do you have a bit of theatre experience by some stage, Miera, or?
No, I just notice things.
I mean, sometimes it's very useful. But look, this is all just to get you inside. Once you're inside, we'll get you changed into some better clothes. I have some connections. I will get you up to the foyer. You will be able to meet the Altons, but as I said, you will be in the main foyer with everybody else, so you will have to be on your best behavior. I can't get a private audience because that's just that I don't have that much influence, but I can at least get you into the foyer. I can get you to the Altons, and from there, it's going to be up to you to, I don't know, work your magic or do whatever it is that you're wanting to do. That's the best I can do. I can sort you out with clothes. That won't be a problem either.
Do I get to keep my coat?
You can wear your coat. You can take all this with you as you see fit. But when you go and see them, you will need to be wearing something appropriate. None of these swords and axes and dirty garb that you're wearing at the moment. We'll need you in something nice. Once you're back behind the stage and the performance has begun, you can put on all your current gear. That won't be a problem. But whilst you're meeting the Altons, we need you to at least look the part.
Should Miera, Grumpfel, Tiernan, we should talk about what exactly it is we would like to say to Altons when we meet them. So we are asking for their help for Greenfield.
Did we deliver the letter already?
Well, I think we left it with the person to deliver it. I just don't know if it got there, right? We have to wait a couple of days.
They may not.
I think we were waiting for a reply. But we were running out of time because we need to go investigate that map.
We'll get a reply when we speak to them. And on subject of map, I thought maybe I have idea, but you know how I am with talking with people. Maybe I'm not the best one to pitch this to them. But I thought if nobles really just want money and just want power and just want influence, maybe we offer them share in mysterious gem mine that we have found location of on the map in payment for their help with Greenfield. Maybe that greased the rocks a little bit for them.
Possibly. I kind of thought, well, I don't know. That's one option. I thought maybe another option was because if we ask the Altons, is it essentially they would be taking over power in Greenfield, and we don't really know them, and Greenfield, I don't know. I thought maybe we would use the gem mine as a way of like the Greenfield people being able to like self-support.
Yeah, so when we go to mine, we come back and tell Alton's, oh, not we find nothing there, but really we actually find mine, and allow Greenfield to rise up and look after self.
I like that plan.
I feel all of these things will happen in this way, and nothing could possibly go wrong.
So, but that means we don't have to even mention the mine.
As a contingency, if we find ourselves in trouble, unable to convince them, maybe it's something extra we can offer to them to help.
Yeah.
Well, we already delivered
Paradin.
Paradin. Yes. We delivered Paradin. And I believe that the main purpose to speaking with the Altons was to assist with saving Greenfields with the debt that Paradin built up, almost to the point that where the Greenfields would become a duchy? Am I using the correct term? Duchy for the Altons to manage? And maybe, so really, we're going to see the Altons for the reply to the letter?
If they have a red letter, we do not yet have a reply. We don't know if they have seen.
Okay. I don't remember what did we any of us read Wex's letter?
I can't remember. It's been a while.
Delgrim
I mean, he
definitely
basically told
read
you
the
the gist of it.
Yeah.
Can you refresh our memories?
I mean, the gist of it was basically so Wex knew of the Altons. He knew that of any of the noble families, they're probably the most inclined to potentially assist, and also maybe not be absolutely friggin' terrible and horrible. And that's basically it was like, hey, this is the situation, that this is what's happened, this is the money that we need. Would you be willing to consider, assisting us with this?
Okay. Because I'm just confused as to why we're going to see the Altons. We're going to speak to them, but what are we actually going to say? Have you read the letter yet?
Well, maybe we just check if they have read the letter, and let them know that Paradin's in jail, and that we've seen the trouble that he's caused. I mean, he was bringing like drug dealers into the town and stealing their fireworks and stuff like that, and maybe they feel that it would be beneficial to help Greenfield out so that bad people don't make a home right on their doorsteps and then come and do the same thing in Harrow and make their lives difficult.
I have a thought. How about, in the event that if we do succeed in meeting the Altons, how about we introduce ourselves as the group which revealed Paradin's
Only you had a group name.
Yeah, if only we did. Paradin's betrayal to the Greenfields, and that if we also delivered the letter, and we were wondering what the Altons, if they had a chance to think on it, and whether we could be of any further assistance, because we're in town for a couple more days before we have to head.
If they have not read letter,
it still wouldn't. It'd still be fine to do an introduction. Nobles tend to be a little bit funny about that sort of thing. Correct me if I'm wrong, Aloysius.
Letter was supposed to be introduction. What if we present ourselves as though we believe they have read letter, and so introduction already done? We can ask our questions, we can get answer, we can move on. Quick, easy, boom.
Nobles don't act like that, Delgrim.
So we go in, we say, have you read the letter? If they say no, we say, read the letter. We'll stay here and wait.
I hate to throw a spanner in the works, but what if they can't read?
I think most nobles can read, otherwise...
Well, Well, some of them have people that can do it for them.
I would think someone would read for them if they're not able to read. Good question, though. Very smart.
But we can still introduce ourselves because they wouldn't have met us yet. The letter could still be an introduction. We just said we're in town for a couple more days. And, we were wondering if they had had a chance to peruse said letter and if they had a reply.
I think fewer questions, better. We assume they have read letter. We say, we are people that letter introduce you to. We demand answer to question about Greenfield that Wex has posed.
I propose we remove the word demand.
If you insist.
Should I do
If
the
you
talking?
propose,
better.
you should.
Insist.
If you usually propose, you should probably get down on one knee.
Not that kind of propose.
Is that part of the Shard folks' culture?
What, marriage?
No, the proposal on one knee.
I don't know, John, is it?
No, I think they have to stand on their hands and go.
Game on.
I kind of expect it
Oh,
like when
canon.
shard folk propose to each other. It's something that looks like blinking and they press a button and there's a whir and some lights light up and the gears and then this message unfolds where it says, "Will you join circuitry with me?" or something like that.
So
Not
Well,
all
they
shard
they
folk are
fire
shard
guns at
smiths.
each other,
So-
but the guns
so-
have those little messages that pop out and they go. "What are you
Not
wearing?"
all shard folk are shard smiths.
the top of Blinky opens up and it just fires confetti everywhere. So, as we ponder what our little group of adventurers are going to do when they actually get this opportunity to meet the Altons, and Aloysius still has a couple more pieces of information for you, we are going to take a 5-minute break. So we will return. We'll find out what this unnamed group's going to do. Is Thea really the big bad evil guy at the end of the game? Who knows? Or is she just up to compete with being the sweetest little person in the party?
Whoa.
I guess
I
we'll
think
find
she
out.
is.
Also, I'm going to say it's a 10-minute break because I need 5 minutes just to swear at Emily and Hamish. For this fucking
Hey, bring it
bullshittery.
on, Prometheus.
We'll see.
Bring it on, buddy. Let's
Bring it
go.
on.
We'll see you all back in 25 minutes.
Yeah, so look, yeah, we'll be back.
We'll come back and Prometheus got this big bruise on his head.
Bleeding.
Rocking in his chair.
I will fly down to Victoria right now.
Yeah, if you see an empty chair, it's because of a bloody mess on the floor.
It's not the
Oh
first
God,
time we've
Hold
seen
on.
an
Saz,
empty
Saz,
chair.
can you go to break? Go to break. Please, go to break.
And
All right, welcome back, everyone. Let's dive straight back into things.
Stop it, Promethean!
Yeah, calm down, calm down. All right, so we left off. You guys,
John, no.
I don't even know. I've missed something. Now I'm curious as to what I've missed.
You all suck.
Wow.
Well, look at him sitting there, Hamish, like, oh wow, yeah, look at you. Come on, get
I
yourself
have
together.
no
This
idea
was
what's
your
going
fault,
on.
sir.
He started it.
Oh,
All right.
what are they talking about?
Sorry, you were saying?
Okay, all right, let's get going. So you guys had started talking about how you were going to try, well, what you were going to say to the Altons when you got to them. Was there anything else that you wanted to sort of work out in regards to that?
Tiernan, I think you and I should probably keep our mouth shut. through the course of this conversation with these people.
Oh, okay.
I think Miera seemed to be very good at persuading people of things. Maybe we let Miera be the voice of our group on this one.
My only concern is there's usually a manner in which you need to speak with nobles, and they are very easy to offend.
Can I suggest that maybe, and I'm happy to help, but I think Grumpfel's probably our best speaker at this point. He's always got really good, wise words for people, and maybe that will be enough to persuade the Altons.
I would have no problem with Grumpfel talking, actually. That's a good idea.
Grumpfel is dear to my heart. I think in a purely, let's say mechanical sense, Miera, I still think it should probably be you. But
should we not? I feel like we should have Rowan here. Her insight for what we are pursuing with them is missing.
Delgrim will look at Thea. I don't suppose you've ever spoken with noble before, interacted with important people.
I mean, like, a little bit. Not really.
Not really.
No, like, kinda. Not really.
I'm gonna say we don't let Thea speak to noble. That none of those were answers to questions.
On a scale of 1 to 20, what sort of how charismatic does she seem?
On like a scale of 1 to 20, if I had to put a number on it, we could probably say like a 13.
A distant rumbling echoes across the countryside.
If you guys like want someone to listen to you, I have ways of making people listen if you need them to.
What kind of ways?
Magic.
What sort of magic? Like
I know that there are supernatural ways of convincing people of things. I erring on the side of yes, things that are not amongst the natural or the normal discourse of society, things outside the purview of the normal person, often get attributed to something supernatural, and sometimes that could come across as either scary or wary. I would say nobles who have had a multitude of people wanting to bend their ear would be wary of anything that came that wouldn't be outside the normal purviews of their happenings.
Well, I think you're absolutely right. I think
I
100%.
think
right.
that it may cause more animosity than cultivating their generosity.
Also,
I have no idea what Dr. Seuss book that Grumpfel's eaten tonight, but let's just run with it.
How about
I've made it very clear how I feel about manipulating people's thoughts and emotions.
Oh, it's not a thought or emotion. It's more like a word that you say and they listen to it. Now, I'm not saying it's a good thing to do, but in very dire circumstances, it can be incredibly helpful.
Can I cast Detect Thoughts, please?
Yeah, you can. Absolutely. Who are you casting it on?
On Thea.
Oh, okay. So are you trying to probe her thoughts, or are you just trying to pick up the surface thoughts?
I'm trying to pick up like the words that she's not saying.
Okay. So it would be obvious that you're casting a spell unless you want to try and be super subtle about it.
Yeah, I'm gonna, because we're sitting at the table.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna do it underneath the table.
So you will need to make a sleight of hand check.
Okay.
Thea, can you make a perception check for me, please? Thea's first dice roll.
No, second.
Oh, second.
This is how the party kills Thea.
Miera, what
Wait.
did you get?
21.
Oh, holy shit.
Ooh.
Thea, what did you get?
That would be a 22.
Oh,
So, Thea,
Mystic Throwdown.
you do notice Miera, whilst some of other conversations sort of going on, maybe a bit distracted, muttering, and you can see under the table she's obviously doing something. It probably looks vaguely like casting a spell as she's looking in your direction.
I'm gonna, like, if I see it, you would see Thea like glance down and then glance back up, but not really pay too much mind to it.
So, based on that, then the spell would go off and she would be able to read Thea's surface thoughts. So, what are Thea's surface thoughts?
Maybe this could work. Probably not. But I'm just suggesting it to be helpful. Where am I? What's going on? How do they know Rowan? Does my room smell okay? Did I leave my pot there?
So, Miera, you can try and probe deeper, but it does then require a saving throw from Thea. And she will know definitively if you fail, I believe.
Yeah, I'm gonna try.
Okay, what's the DC?
13. Wisdom.
Okay, so Thea, Wisdom 13.
I do have a question. Would I be aware that she's attempting to read my thoughts?
Only if you make the saving throw.
Because I guess the reason I'm asking is if I had an inkling that she was attempting to probe into my thoughts, I would probably just let it happen.
So, you know she's cast a spell. You know she was looking in your direction, but you would have no idea what the spell actually is.
Just let it happen. Let's go.
Okay. All right. So you're going to just let it happen. So she would probe deeper then. So beyond just what you're thinking. Cass, what does it say about if you go sort of deeper with the spell? I can't remember.
18. Just trying to see. So you can read surface. If you attempt to probe deeper, if you probe deeper, take this wisdom saving throw. If it fails, I gain insight into its reasoning, if any emotional state. If it succeeds, the spell ends. Either way, the target knows that you're probing into its mind unless you shift attention.
All right. So no matter what, Thea, you would know that she's doing this.
Cool.
Which means that, like you can easily just let her do it. And so you would be picking up on like Thea's emotional state and any deeper thoughts she might be having at this point in time.
Which would be if you're picking up on her emotional state, she's really nervous, but kind of excited. And, there's some sadness there too. And if you can read any deeper thought process, I guess the thoughts you would hear would be something along the lines of how did this happen? And also something along the lines of well, this really throws a thorn in what I was doing, and I really hope my friend is okay, and I hope that no one's mad at me for telling them about Rowan. Would probably be the thought process you would hear.
Hamish, I just had a quick look at that spell.
Yep.
Its target is actually self. So for the next minute, she can actually detect thoughts on any target she looks at. But only for a minute.
You're gonna look at Tiernan.
Interesting.
You didn't have to look at Tiernan. Oh, you
There's here a lot of whirring in cogs.
Oh no, it's surface forza. Oh, I so don't want to be thrown into prison. We're so gonna be thrown into prison if we talk to these nobles. Please don't let Delgrim talk to nobles. Delgrim's being real cranky.
Can I also just flick my eyes at Aloysius as well? Just want to check. And then the thief.
Yeah. The surface thoughts that you would get from Aloysius would be a sense of excitement. He's like curiosity. Be like, this Thea person, why? First Thea, or first Gerlach, then Thea. This is interesting. Don't understand what's going on here. I've got a lot I've got to get sorted out today. I've got to make sure I get all the props up to the theatre. I need to make sure that this group's all sorted out. I need to tell them about the saddlebags I'm going to leave them. I need to make sure I get everything sorted out. It's very much a kind of going through almost like a mental checklist of things he's got to do for the day.
Okay, Miera will just probably just look down at her hands now and just sort of think about the things that she's heard.
What are her hands thinking? No, I'm kidding.
Kill everyone. Wait, what?
Okay, so, what are you guys doing? What's the plan?
I think that we should probably just let Miera and Grumpfel talk to the old. That seem like a reasonable request?
I'm just going to nod because I'm a guest here and I don't really have any say or opinion.
Well, you have opinions. And of course you have a say, but
she doesn't really know anything about
Exactly.
Greenfields.
I have no idea what's going on. I'm just here because you let me.
well, also you're in a strange place and we don't want anything bad to happen to you, and especially like Rat's Nest is pretty scary. Especially for people our size. So
Children mug you.
Maybe if you ask Aloysius, you can sing in play.
if you have
That way
that
you
ability.
can contribute.
I'm going to be honest, I can't really sing that well at all.
Well, look, says Aloysius. I love the idea, love the thought, love the energy. I think that's great. We have got a very, very practiced performance. Probably too late to integrate in some new people, but if you observe from the sides and stuff like that, maybe next time.
I can make tea.
Tea would be lovely, Thea. Tea would be absolutely in the breaks. The actors will need something to soothe their throats. So look, sounds lovely. But
Okay, well, I think we got a plan. So what was the extra details, Aloysius?
So extra details. So firstly, in the back of one of the wagons outside, you will find a number of large chests filled with clothing. There's probably something in there that will fit all of you that would be appropriate for you to wear when you go into the Aldens. We've got all sorts of stuff in there that we've gathered up over the years. Secondly, at the end of the performance, there's a couple of small things that I'm going to leave for you. One is a thank you for all of your help. The other one is one small last job that I would really like you to help me out with after the performance.
What is this job?
You've been asking a lot of us, Aloysius.
I am, but I will also absolutely make sure that you're paid accordingly. The other job that I'm going to ask you to do is that, as I said, the lovely nobles of this town are going to pay through their noses to come and see us perform because, to be frank, most of them just throw their money away. I want you to take that money to the Rat's Nest. All of it. We don't need it. Well, it's fairly inconsequential for us. And there are people in the Rat's Nest who are far more in need than we are. I want you to take all of the money there, and I want you to find a way to give it to people who are really in need.
Deal.
Okay. Did Leswell turn up the other night?
Leswell, she popped in for a moment, but then she's gone back with her siblings, but she should be back here any moment.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have any issues with that.
Excellent. It'll be fairly straightforward, but again, I think you've been there a few times. Leswell will be coming with us. I know that you've got plans to go and do other things, and I feel like it would be, I don't know, it's the altruist in me. It's nice to be able to go out and give back to the community at times. Like I said, it's the nobles' money. There's a certain gratifying nature to be able to take from the rich and give it to those who really actually need it.
Is true a meaning of noble. This seemed like kind thing to do for people.
This is a fee that they've paid you?
Yeah, for come and watch a performance. I mean, when you go and watch a performance, a professional performance, which is what we put on, people will pay excellent money.
Maybe if we do that, Tiernan, the 3-year-old that robbed you, might give you your stuff back.
It wasn't 3. She was at least 8.
Wasn't it a toddler? I thought it was a toddler who robbed you.
It was a newborn.
It was not
like
a
literally
toddler.
still in the pram.
Yeah.
You guys suck. But Aloysius is like, when you say the rat's nest,
yes.
Who in the rat's nest? It's like a person we're delivering it to, or
no? That's what I mean. Like, I want you to take the money, and I want you to find people there that you think deserve the money. Like, I know you've skirted through there a few times already. Maybe you made some contacts. I don't know.
Lesbos and Nana could use some help, and there was Bertie.
Look, see, you know people. I mean, there's plenty of good people there who are just have fallen on bad times. I trust your instincts. You come across as good people.
I trust Grumpfel instinct on this particular matter. But
well, thank you. Yes, I'm sure we can find a way to make sure that money makes its way to those with the greatest need in the rat's nest.
Wonderful. That is all I ask of you. And like I said, you will be compensated. There'll be 2 saddlebags left. One will be filled with gifts for you. One will be filled with the money from the takings, which you can then go and take to the rat's nest.
More surprises.
Exactly, Miera, more surprises. It's going to be an entire day of the most delicious surprises. It's going to be incredible. Now, I do have a lot of things that I need to organize. So unless there's anything else that you need, or you've got any other questions, I'd suggest you go rummage through the clothes that we've got, see what you can find, work out if there's anything else you need to do over the course of today. And then I can see you back here just on dusk, and we'll make our way up to the theatre.
Okay, I guess we're going to have a look at clothes.
Yeah, Miera's going to rush off to go and find the clothes because she doesn't know what nobles wear, but she has an idea, and it involves sparkly things. So it doesn't matter if it matches as long as it sparkles. That's what nobles wear.
So you guys go outside to where the wagons are. Let me just grab the appropriate notes. Out there, you see Z, the Grum. He's like, "Hey guys, how's it going?
Busy.
Hey, hey, you guys are coming out for the performance. It's gonna be so good, man. It's gonna be amazing. Do you need some help with something, or?"
Aloysius said there was a couple of chests, or a chest that had some fancy-ish clothes that we might be able to borrow.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Wagon on the left, he goes, "Hey, Pip." And one of the humans who's very athletically built, also like very, very good looking, glances over. And so he goes, "Hey, Pip, help my friends out here with some finest clothes, man." Pip's like, "Oh, yeah, sure." Sort of pops up on the back of one of the wagons, opens up the doors, and says, "The three chests on the side. They've got all the assortment of clothes. Feel free to find whatever you wish." And with that, what I would like each of you to do is to now tell me what clothes you find that you are going to wear when you go to the nobles. Basically it's like there is a huge variety of clothes in there that you could find that would fit of all different types and descriptions. So what is it that each of you decides that you're going to wear?
Well, Tiernan's got a bit of a problem. He's got to find clothes that he can wear and still wear some of his underclothes, so to speak. Not jocks or anything like that, but his vest and so forth, because it's got all the circuitry system for him. So he'd probably, in terms of, I don't know, styles, he'd probably get a big, if there's any silver, large capes, coats, and maybe a turban wrap on his head. He doesn't know what the cultures are, so he's just grabbing anything that sort of fits and is able to conceal his underclothes as best he can.
Okay. Yeah. You find exactly what you're looking for.
So I look a little bit baggy, I'm assuming.
Yeah, it's probably it's not going to be a perfect fit, but there is a lot. There is a lot of clothes in there. Okay, so Tiernan is now all silvered up. What about Delgrim? What's Delgrim's jam?
Delgrim doesn't have a well-dressed jam, is the problem. So the thing he'd probably emulate would be the more finely dressed folk of the Wayfarer clan that he spent some time with. The closest color scheme and style that he can find to that is the thing that he's going to gravitate to.
Okay. So their color schemes were more neutral and earthy, because of the environment they came from. There was sort of splashes of reds and oranges as well, and a lot of very sort of flowing clothing.
Mm-hmm.
But you could definitively find stuff of that nature. Maybe it could be robes, it could be like a scarf or a cloak. I mean, do you have anything?
Oh, he's totally down for a scarf if we've got some scarf action.
Okay,
yeah.
Excellent, nice, classy. Who wants to go next?
I'll go. So as I said, I think anything sparkly.
Mm-hmm.
Is anything sparkly, but I'm also thinking noble, so a cape,
mm-hmm.
a hat,
mm-hmm.
and if possible, like a walking stick. And it doesn't have to be like the right size for me. It can be big, but a walking stick would be good.
You find quite an elegant cane, which for you is probably slightly closer to sort of staff size. But there's probably like a really sort of elegant, sparkly dress in there that you would be able to find. Yeah. Excellent. Grumpfel.
I'm trying to look at Grumpfel's sheet and history, whether there'd be anything in there that would help him to what he would retrieve from this overwhelming box of costumes. I don't know, I dare say the deep gnome. So I get a feeling that they'd a little more practical, less floof.
He's going out in style.
Look at it flow. It's good.
This is going so well.
Yeah, awesome, great.
Step
Grumpfel,
1, pick clothes.
Grumpfel, save us.
Step 1.
Yeah. I don't know. Derailed the train of thought.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I love it. I could go to nobles. I could go
Derailed
to
or del-railed?
yes. Yes. Either way, the train of thought is at a grim end.
Train of thought has left the station.
That's it.
Okay. Anyway, Grumpfel.
Yeah, I get a feeling
You don't
that
have to be super elaborate.
No. I'm just trying to think that what he would do, because obviously sort of his thought that we were talking about going and seeing was involving Rowan being here, so the whole thing of, because she would then be the moral compass and mouthpiece generally, and he would then add in his little bits, and now the attention is diverted to him being there, and it's like and then throw in the mix that like, okay, we've got to sneak you in as stage hands and then pick something to wear afterwards, so that you can, and it's like it's a little bit off of what he having had a few not strenuous but large days, a bit of rest, and then all of a sudden it's it's spotlight time again. What would he do? So he's not flustered, but he's certainly caught on the back foot as to what to look for.
Okay. Do you need some more time to think?
It's who's our liaison? Is that Aloysius?
So there's a man there, Pip, who's
Pip.
sort of standing to the side watching.
All right, and then Grumpfel would say, my good young sir, what have you got that would be suitable for a deep gnome?
He says, let me have a look. And he sort of very, very athletically jumps up into the back of the wagon, starts rummaging through some of them, and it comes out with a very fancy, very nice, long black coat, which goes down to sort of about your mid thigh, and it's got some very fine like gold buttons on the front. Finds you like a nice sort of tunic and waistcoat. Finds an interesting hat. I was like, you a hat person? You could be a hat person. Your friend over there's a hat person. Are you a hat person?
On occasion, yes. Not every occasion, but what did you have?
Right, and he shows you this very it's slightly similar to the hat that Aloysius wears, sort of slightly more sort of floppy, sort of almost beret-ish in some respects. But the whole outfit is quite fetching on you.
Okay. Oh, thank you very much.
Excellent. Thea, what does Thea come out with?
So looking around and seeing the aesthetic that everyone has, she will search for a very well fitting caftan, and some trousers to go underneath.
Okay, cool. Check it out.
And maybe like a little, if we're trying to be a little bit, just a tad fancy, like a little fascinator for the back of the head.
Nice. Definitely a nice fascinator in there. Absolutely.
Yeah, and she will look around at her companions for the moment. And who is the most mishmash looking companion?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, Delgrim. Yeah, he's volunteering his tribute.
Yeah, so I
was gonna
imagine.
say Tiernan. What are you talking about?
I imagine
He's wearing
that,
a turban.
Delgrim looks like essentially someone that dressed themselves but is unsure how.
It's like the 4-year-old who wears their favorite clothing, and it's like the princess tutu and pants and like a Wiggles t-shirt
And a
and
Spider-Man mask.
swimming goggles and a Spider-Man mask and flippers.
Like you can
Yeah,
see
so,
into the room here. It's weird. Yeah.
I'll walk over to Delgrim, and I'll be like, I just want you to know that I think you look really good. Would you mind if I maybe helped you out a little bit?
I do not know how to dress in fancy ways, so that will be fine.
Would you like to know a secret?
Yes.
And I'll like whisper, and I'll be like, neither do I.
You look
And then,
fine.
like a mother, looking at their son that can't dress themselves, Thea will attempt to, like, as best she can, straighten up his shirt a little bit. Like, if it's not tucked in, maybe tuck it in.
You mean it does
you know,
not go on hat?
in a not condescending but more like motherly way, if that makes sense.
You're right. That fit much better. Thank you.
And then she will be like, I think you look really wonderful and you should be proud.
Proud of clothes?
No, clothes are just a thing you put on to accentuate the person that you are. I think you should be proud of who you are.
I am proud of who I am.
I get that sense, which is why I'm reminding you that you should be.
The reminder is unnecessary, but thank you.
Oh, okay. I was just trying to be kind. Anyway, thank you.
At this, like, Lady Ophelia walks around the corner and sees this well-dressed group standing outside the wagon, and you can tell instantly she is assessing each and every one of you.
Hi, Lady Ophelia.
She looks sort of you each up and down and gives Grumpfel a nod. Same with Thea and Miera. She's like,
Check the cane.
She looks at you, Tiernan, and she's just like, she takes a step until she's like right, like almost uncomfortably close to you. Reaches out, takes the turban off your head, and just throws it into the wagon. Takes a step back and sort of looks you up and down and goes, suffice.
Should I go change?
No, what you're wearing will be sufficient. She looks at you, Delgrim.
Thea's just standing there like...
Delgrim's doing that one back.
She turns
It's
around.
got personality. That's all you have to say.
It is a bold choice.
Thank you.
And she turns and she walks away. We do have a hydrate, people. So with your clothes selected, is there anything that you guys are wanting to sort of do over the course of the day before you all head off to the theatre?
Okay, so these... Sorry. Sorry, go, Joe.
Tiernan was a bit concerned about Aloysius saying something about being unarmed in front of the nobles, and so he starts grabbing those his little ball bearings. He's spending this whole bunch of time tinkering with one of his gloves.
Okay, cool. Excellent. Nice. Surprise for later. Anybody else doing anything?
Miera probably want to have, if Tina's busy tinkering with stuff, she won't disturb him, but she might try and just grab Delgrim and Grumpfel quickly and just kind of let them know about some of the thoughts that she heard that Thea was having, especially the one around her being concerned that people would be angry that she told this about Rowan. So I'll say that. I'll just tell them exactly what I heard.
Sure, there is much we can do about the Rowan situation now.
I just find it weird that she would be concerned that someone, like, why would someone be angry that she would tell us that? Like, it just seems odd. Wouldn't you be surprised that someone that you know has passed away? You'd be surprised about it. You wouldn't be worried that someone or is going to be angry that you knew about or you told us about it. You know, it just seems odd. If I found out that someone that I thought, you know, I knew, and you knew someone that loved them and was worried about them, you'd be happy and relieved that they were somewhere else and not, you know, dead.
I mean, we're not 100% sure that the Rowan that she knows is the Rowan that we know is a very coincidental with the similar the names being identical, but yes, we all have our little secrets and mysterious things and things that people would think is just a little bit different, but like I said to Delgrim earlier, I think this warrants more conversation with Rowan when she returns. But it's interesting to hear.
If Rowan's secret is Rowan is supposed to be dead, but Rowan is not dead, that is a very large secret. But I don't think this is something we can solve until Rowan return and switch back with Thea, if that's what happened every time. I also think it's probably very easy to be angry with Thea. Maybe that's why this is thought you heard.
You think she has a lot of people angry at her?
Yeah, she seemed kind of on the annoying side. I know I would only be able to tolerate for short time until I become frustrated.
She seems sweet enough, but some of the things she says is worded weirdly, I think. I don't know. I'm not sure. I reserve my judgment for now.
Does Tiernan hear any of this? Okay.
You're busy tinkering, bro.
Just curious.
Do I hear any of this?
No, I tried to move away from you.
Yeah, I get the impression that this is done away
like
from
right
you,
next
Thea.
to you.
Me
All
just
of a sudden-
standing there like,
We're 5-year-olds whispering, "Don't tell her."
Okay. Anything else?
if you're asking about things to be done before, we go wherever we're going, because Thea's just here for the ride at this point. The person that seemed most visibly upset upon mentioning Rowan would be Delgrim. So she would, after attempting to be motherly, attempt to approach Delgrim and just give him a little tap on the shoulder.
Yes.
Hi,
Hello.
how are you doing?
I am fine. I do not feel comfortable in this garb.
I agree, it's kind of scratchy.
Yes.
Well, I guess without being weird, which, you know, I'd be very expectant of you calling me that name. I just kind of wanted to take a moment to say that I'm really sorry if I upset you yesterday when I appeared.
Is this change between Rowan and others, or Rowan disappearing, this is almost expected now? It's not the part that upset me.
Okay.
Part that upset me is the friend we have come to know as Rowan, based on what you say. It may not be true. It may be falsehood or trick.
Well, if you don't mind me asking, of course, what do you mean by that?
Well, you say Rowan dead. Clearly, Rowan we know not dead. So this is strange. I don't understand, but I need our Rowan to be here to have conversation and understand.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure I can help with that. But you know, and I don't understand either. I don't really understand how I got here. But I don't want you to think that I'm here trying to ruin the reputation of the person that you know, because I'm not. I'm here, and I don't know why. But if it's any form of consolation, I would like you to know that the Rowan that I knew, though I met her only, very, very few times, she seemed very, very wonderful, and I hope that's the case for you too.
It is, which makes it stranger if she actually dead.
Well, I mean, time is very strange. Though I don't really know her much. I am very good friends with her mother, and I don't have many friends, if I'm being honest. I have kind of a group that gets together, but I have like one friend, and that friend is Bonnie, and she's very wonderful. She's very sad, obviously, but she's very wonderful, and I'm sure her daughter was very much the same.
Is Bonnie in your group, your friend group?
Well, she's in my group, but she's my friend. I don't really know if the rest of the group are my friends, but she's my friend.
What is this group? What is it you do?
Oh, we garden. It's a lot of fun. We plant things and we wait for them to grow, and then we pick them.
Seem very rewarding.
It's
If
a
you
lot.
like
It's
planting things.
well,
picking
the
them.
thing. Oh, I mean, you make it sound so surface, but the thing about planting things is that you understand that in order for something to grow and to be in this world, it needs to be nurtured and it needs to be understood. And it goes from being something that you put in the ground to being something beautiful and full and vibrant. And you have to wait until a certain point until you pick it. And then you get to enjoy it either with your friends or alone, mostly alone. But you get to enjoy it. And then after that, if you continue to nurture it, it continues to grow. And if you don't, it succumbs to, a greater purpose, which is something I don't really understand. But that's why we have a group and we discuss it.
Sound like it suits you very well.
If you're ever interested and you're in, Riverview, you could maybe come and hang out with us.
I am not. I like to find things that grow that are unkind to world. And
Oh, I've seen those too, and we've grown those too.
What sort of unkind things you grow?
Like nasty weeds. And they spread really far, really quickly. And you have to poison them so they don't grow really quick.
You have any of this poison with you?
Oh no, I was simply trying to make a nice smelling pot when I appeared here. So I have my gear on me, but I don't have the things I store in my home. But do you know what? If you found the group, you could probably ask them.
If I feel a visit to Riverview is quite possible if confusion continues, so maybe I will talk with group, and I see what I can learn from you and your
I
group
could
friends.
introduce you to them one day, if you like. Or Bonnie could. Bonnie was Rowan's mother.
I feel I have desire for this meeting to talk with Bonnie.
If for any reason her or I aren't around, the name of the group is the Garden Gnomes.
That is a good name.
We worked really hard on it.
You are all gnome?
Oh no. Gnome, that would be silly.
I thought as much. I would like to go to Fighting Pit and have conversation with men who run Fighting Pit. Would you like to come to Fighting Pit, or you like to stay here?
I've never fought before, but maybe it could be fun.
It's fun.
Okay.
And that's what Delgrim would be doing with his time up until dusk. Quite specifically finding out if there's any way to get a finder's fee for locating a monster that could be taken into the fighting pit to fight the folk who are in there, and or for capturing a monster and taking it there.
All right. Is anybody else wanting to do anything sort of over this period of time whilst Delgrim's off doing that?
I would like to tag along with Delgrim to do that,
Okay.
if I may.
Just making a presumption, assumption, call it what you will, with what we need to do for the evening when we come in as stage hands and what have you. I'm guessing a lot of armor and weaponry is going to be left behind, or will it be secreted in with other stuff that we can then change into?
It'll be taken in with you. So they've got a bunch of like props and stuff like that. Very easy for you to get all your equipment inside. So once you've done with your meeting with the nobles, you'll be able to get your gear and stuff back with minimal problem.
Regarding that, Hamish, just a query regarding shard folk and specifically shard smiths. I'm assuming that one of their tenets is they never leave any piece of the shard.
They'd be very reluctant to, yes.
Yeah, so I'm assuming that his Tiernan would be able to remove the shard's chamber on the pistol.
Yep.
And would have I'm assuming like a sort of like a pull it out and literally lock it into his undergarments, but like attaches to the circuit.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Okay. So with that, let's see here. So Delgrim, you head back to the fighting pits. I'll have to dig up information about that because it's actually not something I've kind of delved a whole lot into, but I'm sure that you could have a conversation with the people there, and there would definitely be something in relation to a finder's fee. Stipulations, of course, would be that whatever the monster was that returned would have to be in, healthy condition. Would have to present, enough of a challenge for people. You can't bring back like a pony or something like that and try and hawk that off. It's got to be something which would be deemed, a dangerous animal. But yeah, like there would definitely be something in that nature. That the fee would rise exponentially based on how dangerous the animal is.
Very vicious bunny.
Yeah.
Run away!
Look at the bones.
Look at the bones.
Huge pointed teeth.
Would they go and get it, or would Delgrim have to bring it to them?
No.
to get
This
the
is
finder's fee?
this is. I'm assuming that Delgrim is asking about if he caught something, bringing it back to then sell it, essentially.
What's the deal if you just report it?
Nothing.
That's cheap.
But Miera, we can it can make more. We bring monster back. We get find a fee for bringing monster back. Then I fight monster, kill monster, get fee for killing monster. It's
a pretty good plan.
It's a good plan.
It's got this image of Delgrim going off to find Larry and going, "Yes, come back. It's like all you can eat buffet."
Oh, Larry!
So yeah, so just as a reminder, so the owner and the runner of the fighting pits is Brandigan, a very large, heavily muscled half elf. He would be the one who would talk to you about any kind of business arrangements. He would definitively scoff at any kind of like reporting of monsters with the attitude of, that does nothing for me. I've got people who will capture them for me, but until they're here, they hold no value. You could come in and tell me that there's a dragon lurking over that hill and it's not going to make any difference to me. I need to see it. It needs to be captured in here.
It's funny that it's been sitting underneath your noses for so long. No one's noticed it before. I mean, people have gone missing in that mine. We were told that.
Well, what you mean the talk of the beast in the undercaves? If someone's willing to capture it and bring it back, great. That's not my business, though.
If we have enough time in town when we are finished our business, consider it done.
Very well. I will make sure that I've got the appropriate gold ready for when you return it alive and in one piece. Creature like that could fetch you a good chunk of gold.
I would hope so. It would be a shame to not kill it and not get anything for not doing so.
No, bring it back, I pay you. Get in the pits and kill it, pay you again. Double bonus for you.
How far are the pits from the undercaves?
Oh, like a fair distance. Like the fighting pits are on the edge of the rat's nest. But it is, by the time you negotiate your way through the undercaves and all that sort of stuff, it's not a quick trip.
Just thinking. Thank you.
And this is how you guys die. Anyway, anything
You're
else?
going to play chicken and lead it to the pit.
No, that's all Delgrim's really going to want to cover over the course of the day.
All right. So with that, just before dusk arrives, and Aloysius gets together everyone, loads everybody into the wagons. Lestwell at this stage has also turned up now. You see that she's looking a bit better. Still, she's still not 100%, but she's got a large pack, obviously filled with her belongings that she brings along. She's brought along with her as well. Where are my notes? So, gone past it because I was looking at those goddamn fighting pits. Goddamn fighting pits.
I'm sick of these goddamn fighting pits on this goddamn fighting plane.
Pretty much. Okay. All right. So, so the wagons roll through Harrow up to the gates of the Dragon's Heart, and you can hear from in the back of the wagons where you guys are sitting, Aloysius having a brief conversation with the guards, and you can hear the wagons. You can hear the gates opening up. There's small sort of like latched windows in the wagons that you can open up and look out as you go. And as the wagons roll up into the center of Harrow, you can see, I mean, you kind of got a glimpse through the gates, but as you roll through the streets now, you can see just how different the Dragon's Heart is in comparison to the rest of the city. There's a large number of mansions, some older and smaller buildings, but it looks like they're slowly being torn down and replaced with these much bigger, much more decadent establishments. They're all of quite sort of squat, ugly design. There's nothing particularly elegant about any of the architecture here. It is more based on it almost looks strange to the eye. Large amounts of spikes and hooks are factored into the architecture. Even you can see as you go past some of the poles that have got lanterns that sit on them during the evening. Those, as you roll past, you can see they're actually sculpted to look like the arms or the legs of dragons sort of reaching up, and you can see like writhing up them people in torment, in pain, or you can see what appears to be like dragons with their wings wrapped around, breathing fire. Everything about this just feels uncomfortable, but also just the sheer amount of wealth on display. Like you go past some of these houses and the decorative nature of it has been wrought with like golds and silvers, which makes some of these sort of grotesque designs even more unappealing. Like just the sheer amount of wealth on display is quite decadent. The streets are comparatively empty. You do notice a couple of carriages go past heading in roughly the same direction as you guys. But eventually the wagons come to a halt. And you can hear some conversation outside, and you can see, as you sort of rearrange yourselves, what appears to be the Worm Shadow Theatre. So this is a very large building, and you can see its front doors are covered in carvings of exaggerated humanoids in various poses, climbing over each other. Some wearing masks, others are naked, some are in like elaborate but yet disturbing costumes. Above the door, carved from some unknown kind of dark material, is the head of a massive dragon, its jaws wide. You can hear Aloysius talking to someone, and you hear vague references of taking the carts around the back. And then the carts start rumbling along again, bouncing over the tiled roads. Before they finally come to a halt out the back. You all disembark, and you can see that sort of out the back of the theatre, they've led the horses around in the wagons, and it's sort of back off the road. And there's a very small set of stairs that goes down to a very simple door. And as you all disembark, Aloysius says, right, so down through the door, if we just need to start taking all the supplies, please. There's underneath there's a couple of dressing rooms. There's some places to store all of our props and stuff. We'll just start unloading now. And you watch as you're used to seeing, Tate and Z and Lady Ophelia. But it's now that you sort of come to the realization that the Goliath that you saw and the dwarves and these other humans all appear to be part of the troop as well, and that the troop itself is actually quite large. And with like a practiced efficiency, they just start unloading all of these supplies and start going down the stairs through the back door. Aloysius looks at you guys and just says, look, you're welcome to help, or you're welcome to just go and find a space to sit inside while they get organized. The troops pretty well practiced at this. You may just get in the way, but also I don't want you to feel like you're not helping. It's up to you.
And Miera probably give Bex a hand with whatever she's doing, even if it's not really helpful. Just like try and carry the end to something.
Bex is kind of like Bex, Athelas, and Lestwell are kind of like you guys. They're sort of slightly off to the side, not really used. Obviously, the rest of the troop is very practiced at this. But you at some stage there's some stuff that you and Bex are able to carry down. And as you guys sort of venture inside, you can see that it is down here. It appears to be sort of backstage, probably under where the stage is. Big storage spaces for props. There's a couple of dressing rooms, places for people to get changed, people to store costumes, and you can see there's like hangers and stuff like that for people to put things up and get organized with. As you're sort of mulling around while everyone's organizing everything, Aloysius takes you down a small corridor to an end door. And says, so that's the room there where I'll leave you those bags that I was telling you about after the show. The door won't be locked, but nobody should be coming down here. Everybody upstairs is going to have no interest. So, but that's where I'll store stuff once we've recovered all of the money from the people.
The money from who?
The money when they pay us. Remember how I was saying?
Oh, okay.
People will pay us. I'll get the money. I'll put the money there. Then you're going to take the money to the rat's nest for me.
And for us.
And also, yes, there will be the other bag, which will be contain the goods for yourselves. Absolutely. It's my token of appreciation.
Satisfied with that, Delgrim will help lug any other boxes that still need to be moved around.
You won't be leaving at the same time as us?
Possibly. Depends on how the performance goes in many respects. We might not. But I want to make sure that you've got those goods there and that there's no confusion or anything of that nature.
This has got something to do with the surprise.
Maybe, Miera. Maybe it does. But I think make sure you've got your fineries and stuff on because at this stage, you've probably been sort of unpacking and setting bits and pieces up for probably half an hour, 45 minutes. And you can see that there's all sorts of bits of decoration that they've bought. Like it looks like some of it's countryside. There's things that look like strange sort of magical effects, all sorts of weird and wonderful things that they've put together. It's quite impressive. But Aloysius then says, all right, it's time for us to go and join the nobles up in the foyer. So, right, remember what I said? Best behavior. Please don't try and annoy anyone because things go terribly wrong. The Altons are nice people for the most part, but again, just emphasizing, please just be very careful. I hate to see anything happen to you. All right, are we ready?
So Delgrim, you and I keep our mouths shut, yes?
Wise.
Excellent. Good to see you know what's the right thing to do. Yes, Thea.
What would you guys like me to do?
I'm assuming that you're going to be coming with your new friends, but
Well, I understand that part. Do you want me to stay silent too, or should I speak?
Probably stand with Delgrim and I, just in case anything goes wrong.
Okay.
everything goes wrong. All right. So with that, Aloysius goes, all right, let's go. He leads you up some stairs, up to where the stage is, and down some stairs off to the side. And you can see the theatre itself. If you imagine sort of one of those slightly sort of older theatres where the stage is very low and the seats go up at quite a steep angle, the stage is currently covered with this deep red, lush velvet curtains. And you can see on the walls on either side of sort of this theatre area, are decorated with depictions carved in some kind of material. Dragons swooping down, and once again in that sort of almost very disturbing fashion, like breathing fire on people as they run away. Exquisite carvings, like the art is amazing, but again, it is quite disturbing in many respects. You can also see on either side there are those like booths up high. So you've got sort of the general seating, and then up high on either side there's like 4 or 5 booths sort of up where, you know, sort of often where the more important people will sit, or those who can afford to pay the extra fee so they get a good view down onto the stage. He leads you up the middle of all of the seating, up some stairs to some doors. And you can see once again, it's actually Z who's at the doors. And Z's wearing a very fetching little like vest and pants, kind of weird for a grung. But he looks actually quite well dressed. He's like, hey guys, have fun out there. Opens the doors up, and you can see in front of you now a large foyer area that is pretty well packed with people at this stage. There is enough room to move around without having to sort of shoulder your way through, but there is a fairly decent number of people in here. The next thing you notice is what people are wearing. There is just this sea of exquisite dresses and tunics and suits. It is, and everything seems to be of the highest quality. As you sort of soak it in the view a bit more, you can see that there's definitely different levels. There is well-made clothing up to that, again, excess, you know, suits that have obviously got gold woven in it or gemstones. You see women with these elaborate headpieces or fingers covered in rings, just dripping with jewelry. Like, the amount of wealth in this room is excessive. You also notice that there appears to be sort of almost groupings where there are people and they seem to have people surrounding them. So, for example, off to one side, you can see a pair of Dragonborn. One of them's a bit hard to see. They're actually quite short, about sort of 5'7", but of this just thick, round body. He's got shiny black scales. He's wearing a very fine red tunic and plain breeches. And over that's a long robe of deep blue trimmed in gold. On the back of the robe, you can see embroidered as a massive black dragon. Beside him is another Dragonborn, female. She's taller and as slender as to his thickness. She also appears to be much younger, and she's got very vibrant blue scales. She's wearing this very elaborate red dress, low cut, this opulent necklace around her neck, and again, like exposed arms, lots of rings on the fingers. The necklace around her neck has just got this one large ruby in it. Beside each of them, you notice also as well that there are 4 hulking Dragonborn wearing breastplate armor with large battle axes on their backs. And you can see on their fronts they've got a tabard which has got like a black dragon with its wings extended and its tail out long over a deep blue background. And as you look around, you can see these pockets of sort of what appear to be probably the more significant nobles, and each of them appear to have like almost like honor guards with them. Can I get you all to please make perception checks for me? Grumpfel, what did you get?
14.
14? Delgrim.
Also 14.
Miera. Can't hear you, Miera.
19.
19. Tiernan.
12, and Blinky got a 15.
Okay. And Thea.
15 also.
Okay. Miera, you're the only
Wait,
one.
sorry, 16.
16. Okay.
In case it makes a difference, you know.
Miera, you're the only one that actually notices, but you can see off to one side, sort of standing close to one of the walls, almost sort of getting passed by everyone. You see the woman from the small building outside of the Dragon's Heart, where you guys went to discuss getting access, all of that kind of stuff. You recall that her name was Valenta. Now, this time Valenta is not wearing the very sort of down-to-business garb that she was wearing there. She's now wearing a very elegant, deep purple dress, which has got this impeccable silver embroidery. From one shoulder, there's a short black cloak, and you can see it's just got this very fine purple lining to it. Her hair is down and loose as opposed to being pulled back very tightly like it was when you saw her. Still got her glasses on, but she's standing there with sort of like a glass of what's probably wine in her hand, looking slightly awkward, but just sort of observing the goings on. All of you also notice that there are a number of waiters winding their way through this room with various glasses of wine, or various drinks. You do notice that one of them, there's various like platters of food. One of those platters of food, the small hors d'oeuvre size sort of bits of food on it, appear to have a very slight glow to them.
Someone hold back Miera. No.
So Aloysius at this stage sort of leans up close to you lot and says, right, so over there, and he points to the crowd, and you can see off in the distance towards sort of the far end of the room, an older hobgoblin. She looks quite old, and probably once upon a time was actually very tall and had a very powerful build, but now is just a bit more stooped from age. She's got thick grey hair, which is cut very short and styled in curls around her heavily lined face. And there's a small pair of thin wireframe glasses resting on her large nose. And the nose itself has got a small emerald piercing. She's wearing a high-necked dark green gown with elaborate gold embroidery, long earrings. Isn't wearing as much jewelry as some of the others that you've seen in here. But you do notice that in one hand she's holding a small, what appears to be pipe that she's just quietly puffing away on as she's talking to people. Aloysius points out and says, that there is one of the people that you want to talk to. That is Daria Alton. She's the head of the Alton family, and beside her you'll see her daughter, Taris. And you can see that Taris is a tall hobgoblin, probably about 6'1"ish, slender, but she's got the same sort of larger nose as her mother. Black hair, which she's wearing in a sort of a high ponytail, but woven through with gold threads. And she's wearing a very similar kind of dress as her mother, very high neck, wide sleeves. Very, very regal looking individual. Aloysius again goes, so those are the Altons. Everybody else in here, consider them as dangerous as if you were walking into a den of wolves. I need to go back and help out my people, so I will leave you to it. Good luck.
One question.
Oh, yes, Miera.
Does Daria have a title that we should address her with?
If you just call her Just call her Lady Alton.
Lady Bolt. And her daughter?
Same, to be honest. Just show respect.
Thank you.
You can see also that with them, they're very similar. They've also got a couple of guards with them as well, a couple of humans who are wearing very fine leather armor and are carrying shields and long swords. And you can see on the shield, on their tabard, there is a circular wooden shield wreathed in flames. And you can hear there's just this low hum of conversation throughout this entire room. What would you guys like to do?
We're here for the Altons. Shall we go have a word?
Can we try and identify the symbol on the shield, please?
Interesting. Make a history check for me.
No, have no idea what it is.
Okay, noted.
Could I see if Miera can spot any waiters that have like a empty serving plate?
Yeah, look, there's one heading in your rough direction as you speak.
Would I be able to stop them and ask if I could please borrow the serving plate?
It gives you a very strange look. Make a persuasion check for me, please.
Uh, 20. I rolled a 15 plus 5.
He seems caught off guard. He's like, yep, okay. And he sort of passes it to you almost as if like his brain hasn't engaged with how like caught off guard by this request.
All right. And I'm going to get some of the cookies that I made. And I'm going to place 2 on the tray. And yeah, I'm ready to go.
Okay, interesting. All right. So what are you guys doing?
Are we ready to make this request of soon-to-be new friends?
So what exactly do you want me to ask them?
Yes, back up Miera. Didn't we already have this discussion of what we wanted to say?
So I think the plan is we ask them did they get the letter from Wex? And that we're coming to them to entreat them to help Greenfield, and that we brought Peridin to the jail, but we're concerned about the safety of the people at Greenfield, and we're asking them for help. So,
Given Peridin's connection to those in Deep Cove.
yes.
Yes. Good luck.
Peridin may not be liked. I think don't mention Peridin. I think assume.
Okay.
Don't ask if they have read letter.
Okay.
Tell them we are the ones introduced by letter.
As you guys are standing there, you do start to notice a number of people looking at you.
We need to move, guys.
Move. All right.
Let's do this.
We'll head towards Ladies Alton.
Okay. So you cut your way through the crowd. And you can, by the time you get to them, they're in conversation with a rather large, girthy man, thinning hair. His clothes are expensive, but you can see they're a little bit worn. The jewelry on his fingers a little bit more gaudy and maybe cheap than some of the other you've seen in the room. Obviously, someone who's probably trying a little bit hard to play up. And you can hear it appears he's discussing some kind of business deal or something with Lady Alton. She's just standing there listening, puffing away on her small pipe. And you hear as you walk up, she says, it's an interesting proposal that you're making, and I will take it into consideration, but I fear that there's very little in this for the Altons. But I will have a think about it. And the rather rotund banker says, thank you, Lady Alton, and kind of bows and makes his way backwards, opening up an opportunity for you guys.
Okay. Miera will step forward with the serving tray with the cookies. And she will say, good evening, Lady Alton and Lady Alton. I just wanted to well, first of all, introduce myself. My name is Miera Greenleaf, and these are my companions, Grumpfel, Delgrim, Tiernan. I'm saying their last names, but I can't remember them because I'm exhausted. And Thea. Firstly, I'd like to offer you this delightful treat that you may not have tried previously, as an introductory kind of gift.
Make a persuasion roll for me, Miera Greenleaf.
Delgrim behind them will be like, do it.
That was 11 plus 5, so 16.
Daria Alton looks you up and down, taking a long draw on the pipe. However, it is her daughter, Taris, who looks at you and goes, pleasure to meet you, Miera. I haven't seen you around Harrow before. You and your friends must be new to town.
Yes, that's correct. We are new.
She reaches forward and takes one of the cookies and goes, I must admit, I've never been to one of these events where they've served something that would appear as simple and plain as this. But she takes a bite. Let's leave it up to fate to see what she does.
It's the one that has like a lump of bicarb soda in it somewhere.
You were drinking a lot when
no.
you're making these.
Mother, these are surprisingly good. And quite a change from the usual fare we have here. And she takes another bite. And Daria Alton takes the pipe out of her mouth and reaches out and takes one of the cookies. Miera Greenleaf, wasn't it?
That's correct, yes.
It's unusual to see someone who's not dressed as one of the staff bringing around goods like these. Why are you here?
Lady Alton, we come to speak to you about Greenfield. I'm sure you're familiar with the township, being that it's not too far away from Harrow. There has been some issues there of late, with the noble person Peridon getting the town and himself into quite some trouble, and we just wanted to see if we could reach out to you to see if you were willing to provide some aid to Greenfield, and possibly dissuade people from Deep Cove encroaching on your territories or close to your territories.
Make a persuasion roll for me, Miera.
We're all gonna die.
With advantage because cookies, or
The cookies has affected the DC.
Well, I'm rolling that again because I'm lucky because that was a 1.
Oh.
Gosh.
And I'm bloody lucky, dude, because it's 18 plus
Oh.
5.
Oh.
3.
Cookies save the day again.
Yeah, the cookies. Yeah. Do it for the
Shame the
cookies.
DC is like 100.
Yeah. This is very interesting timing, Miera Greenleaf. So we received a letter just the other day from an acquaintance there, making a very similar request. Would be some kind of connection between the two of you, would there?
Possibly you may have received the letter from Wex in Greenfield.
Correct.
We had actually discussed, I suppose, following his letter up to further explain the situation to you.
We did receive the request from Ink when she sent it through. We just hadn't quite got around to responding to it. We had some other urgent business matters to deal with.
Oh, and we're by no means trying to rush your decision. We just wanted to make sure that you were availed of all of the relevant information.
So you're coming to me with this proposal, and I've heard from Wex as well. I'm familiar with the town of Greenfield, but there's not a large amount in it for me or my family from a financial point of view. Why should the Altons help out in this situation?
I believe it would be beneficial for you to help Greenfield, not only because the villagers themselves have had no part in the problems that their caretaker and their lord has put them in. So it seems it just seems so cruel to leave them to their fates that they didn't actually have any dealings in. And also, I guess the fact that there has been some nefarious dealings and potentially Greenfield could become a hub of those sorts of activities. And being so close to Harrow, it could, I guess, in some way cause problems for you down the track. So you may not get any financial benefit straight away, but if you left it, you may find it will end up costing you more trying to fix the problem later on down the track.
The strategic locality is greater in value than the immediate financial remuneration, to use an old Deep Gnome expression.
The elder Alton looks over at you, Grumpfel, and then looks back at Miera. Interesting proposal. Well aware of the Nifglades. They used to be comparatively noble family, but I'm aware that they've fallen on rough times, and their current head of the family is somewhat of a lesser figure, shall we say. This is something that I may very well consider. Interesting proposal that you're putting forward. We'll need to probably dig into it a little bit more. Interesting.
Just like the biscuits that the cookies that my friend has presented, our own plain exterior belies a more genuine and a more fulfilling layer underneath.
Ooh. Make a persuasion roll, Mr. Grumpfel.
Grumpfel coming in clutch with the wise words.
Come on, be kind, be kind. Natural 20.
Yes.
Lady Daria Alton goes, wise words indeed. There's often many layers to these issues. As you've pointed out, good gnome, I will have Ink draw up some papers and have them sent with my daughter here to Wex to begin some initial discussions around potentially how we can look at dealing with some of the financial issues that Greenfield has to offer. I cannot guarantee at this point in time that we will be able to do everything that Greenfield may need, but we might be able to assist in some fashion. She sort of taps a waiter on the shoulder as they're walking past and says, could you please get Ink to come over here straight away? He nods, vanishes into the crowd, and a few minutes later he comes back with Valenta. Valenta sort of looks, sizes you all up, and you can see she's like, putting one and one together as you're all dressed very, very differently. She's like, yes, Lady Alton, how can I help? And Daria says, Ink, I would like you to draw up some initial paperwork to look at some contractual agreements around providing financial support for Wex and Greenfield. The usual stipulations and conditions, if you wouldn't mind. And Valenta says, very well, Lady Alton. And she reaches into, you can see she's got a very, very small purse. She opens it up, reaches in and pulls out a book that is too big for the purse. Opens it up, pulls out a little pen and just starts, a little ink pen, and starts quickly writing away. Closes the book into this weird little purse she's got. I shall get onto that for you as soon as I can, Lady Alton. And Daria says, thank you very much, Ink. Always appreciate your work. Now, you lot, is there anything else that I can do to assist you today?
Miera will look at Grumpfel and size up whether there was anything else that she needed to say. I think we covered everything.
Lady Alton, I think we have perhaps taken as much time this evening as you would have spared, and anything could be followed up at a later time, and we thank you for that time.
She gives you a small nod and just starts to puff away on her pipe again. And their daughter goes, well, hopefully we can come to a sensible arrangement with Greenfield. I'm very conscious of the people there. I know that they're good folk for the most part. We'll see what we can do, but no promises at this stage. If anything changes, if there's any further developments, if there's anything that you think you can do to help, please let us know. Again, if you just go through Ink in the front office, she will convey any messages to us. Oh, enjoy your evening all. I hope this performance is worth it.
Thank you, Lady Alton.
Grumpfel gives a low, not quite a bow, but a deeper than head nod.
No,
Tiernan will
back away.
Tiernan will give her a bow, but do it in the Shardfolk fashion.
Okay. Right. She sort of sizes them up a bit. Brief nod of acknowledgement. And then at that stage, there's some other wealthy individual has come clambering over, almost like people are waiting in line to have these conversations with these people. So, with the deal struck, or at least initially with the Altons, Is there anything else that you're wanting to do out here in the foyer amongst the rest of the nobility?
Delgrim?
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Yes. Yes.
Can I track down one of the waiters with the glowing green things on there? Please.
Dear.
Yes, you can.
God.
One of them's walking past, and you can see the small sort of hors d'oeuvre that is glowing. And who's grabbing one?
No.
Delgrim will
Mm-mm.
grab 2, but he's doing so specifically to take the moss and give it to Miera for later.
Okay.
I was going to grab 2 as well.
All right. Okay. All right. So you guys grab 2 each. So you can actually see now, as you go to take them, the waiter is any good way to go. It's very nice. Although it's a mushroom stuffed eel with a glow moss garnish. And
My
as you
favourite,
take
thank you.
as you take it off the tray, it's still like the eel's just got a very weird, almost slimy kind of texture to it. But it is gently glowing. You can see sort of there's this very thin trail of moss that's sort of been very decoratively sprinkled down the middle of it.
Okay, I'm going to take mine. Once the waiter's moved on a little bit, I'm going to take the moss off it and put moss in my pocket, and
Okay.
then I'm going to eat the rest of the order.
Okay. All right.
Just 1. I'm not eating 2.
Okay. And Delgrim, what are you doing with your 2?
So with the moss in his hand and the 2 hors d'oeuvres in his mouth, he'll come up to Miera and kind of hand over the moss.
Thank you. Thank you. And I'll put it with the rest of the moss.
Do not eat eel. It's delicious.
No, that's fine. I'll give Delgrim my other one.
Well, while this is all
Really
going
big,
down, Tim's trying to usher everyone in the group out of the area as soon as he
Yeah.
can.
So you guys, and you're getting a few weird looks. You can
Just
see
before we
off.
leave the foyer, though,
Sorry.
is Valentis still in the foyer itself?
Yeah. So Ink has sort of moved back to where she was.
Okay. Delgrim is gonna, while being pushed around by Tiernan, just kind of head in that direction and
Tiernan will be following him.
Okay. She watches you sort of walking over with a look of curiosity.
Miss Valenta, you look exceptionally ravishing tonight. I hope you have a fun evening. And then we'll very awkwardly continue on in the direction out of the foyer.
Make a persuasion check.
Sure, what could possibly go wrong?
Make an awkward check.
Oh,
Yeah.
God. 17.
17.
It's like, this is my new favorite time for the night. This hasn't
So
failed me yet.
she looks, her usual very stern expression. Obviously, you've caught her completely off guard. Softens for a moment. And she's just like, oh, thank you. And then you sort of turn and you've gone, and like the rest of you, like you can see she's standing there with this incredibly perplexed look on her face.
Before Tiernan goes off and starts following behind Tiernan, Delgrim, he's going to turn to Ink and say, well, considering that no letter needs to be sent to Greenfields anymore, I guess the deposit can be credited to our account. And that just wanders off.
And you vanish into the crowd, leaving her just standing there, like with her mouth half open. So as you guys leave the
Hit him with
foyer,
a compliment, hit him with a business transaction.
Tiernan
You-
broke.
You look
You
great.
do-
Where's my money?
you do see off to one side, and you can hear references to someone talking to Lord and Lady Beckforth. And as you look over, you can see a man, probably in his early 20s, 6'5", a mountain of a man with a massive barrel chest and thick arms. It's got dark brown hair, which you can see is already starting to thin slightly, and it's swept back and oiled heavily. He's got round, ruddy-cheeked face, and it's framed by these thick mutton chops and just this massive moustache. He's wearing a fine white silk shirt and a short dark jacket, breeches, black boots, big rings on his fingers with these massive jewels, and at one hip you can see a large longsword in an ornate scabbard. And you can tell straight away, whilst the sword, like the scabbard, is ornate, the hilt itself is well worn. Beside him, you can see a woman with a light green skin, standing about 5'10", very slender, with short blue hair. Her eyes are almost black, and you can see she's wearing a silver choker with a single pearl in the center. She's wearing a very long, fitted gown, and you can see there's sort of slits down either side, and you can see on her lower legs there's actually very small fins. And the gown itself is just this very bright silver. And it appears it's almost like it's made from scales or something. You would recognize her as a Triton. With the two of them, and they are easily surrounded by the most people, you can see 4 more Tritons, all armed with long tridents, wearing shiny chainmail, and on their tabard is a curling wave with a spear point coming out from where the wave is. And it is very obvious, both from seeing them and the conversations, that these are the Beckforths. As you make your way out, you're just going to head back to where the rest of the group is now?
Yep. Deliberately not making eye contact with the Beckforths.
Okay.
Slow enough that we can pick up any stray
look out.
conversation.
Delgrim's like...
He was ahead of us.
Yeah, Delgrim will follow the group.
Okay.
But we'll probably stare a little bit at the Beckworths.
Okay. All right. So you make your way out back into the theatre itself. Z closing the doors behind you as you exit. You start to head down the stairs towards the stage, back where you can get the rest of your gear, where it's all been stashed away, and then await this performance that is going to be put on by the troupe of the Mystic Delirium. You turn around for a moment and you watch this time Thea that flickers this time. And for a moment, Thea's not there. And it looks like Gerlach is. And it flickers again, and it's Thea. And then it flickers a third time. And that is where we will stop for this evening.
Tune
I'm
in
also
next
conscious
week.
that we've
Will
gone
we
over
find-
time, and some people are absolutely exhausted. So
I'll just say that
Find
at
out who appears next time.
And his crit and miss. Hey.
Oh no!
seriously,
Hey.
Looks like they critted and missed.
Look,
I mean, we could go for another half an hour.
Tune in next week when we find out who the flickering person is. Will we find a potato for ham? Will Delgrim find love with ink? Tune in next time.
Bum, bum,
Sorry.
bum. No, we've definitely got a few people who are on the verge of passing out. So,
It's been a very long week for a lot of us.
Mhm.
Oh,
Yeah.
all right, boom. Done.
Welcome, Raiders. Thank you.
Boom.
Yeah, sorry,
All
Crit and
right.
Miss. We're literally
Boom.
just winding up. But thank you for coming in.
Also, hey, look, there's someone extra here right now.
Yeah, there is.
That was weird.
Do you want to tell us about yourself, Emily?
Who's Emily?
Oh my god.
Who's Emily?
Who is Emily? This is a very good question.
Why is Emily?
Yeah, how is it?
Hours?
How?
When is Emily?
What is Emily?
Oh my god, we are really tired. Let's do a quick run around of our favorite moments. And then we will call it a night so that some of you clowns can go and get some sleep. Who wants to start off?
I will.
Okay.
I enjoyed the surprise at the start when we were expecting a Gerlach and instead we got a Thea. I liked her vaguely threatening aura. It was sweet, but also, is she actually threatening us? Who knew? So that was really enjoyable, and more selfishly, I guess I enjoyed the fact that Miera finally got to have some glow moss.
Yeah.
Which I will experiment with at a later date.
Oh my god, yeah. It's again coming in to find Miera doing lines of glow moss. That's great.
Some green threads
dear.
hanging at those.
Oh no. Oh. All right.
Roll
who
for
wants-
addiction.
Yeah. Who wants to go next?
Glow moss is a gateway drug to heavier lichens.
Very
God,
nice.
sweet, quick, let's get this going.
I'll go. I just like the fact that it was all on Miera to talk to the nobility, with Grumpfel's back up and Delgrim and Tiernan are just gone. Nope.
Oh god, you have no idea how hard it was for me. Shut up. Oh god.
But see how successful we were?
So close, so
Tiernan?
many times.
And
Delgrim?
he was
But-
so close to leaning down and just saying a couple of words in Miera's ear, but he's like, nope.
Clutch?
Grumpfel was like, oh my god, how do I start this conversation? And then when Miera goes, and picks up the tray, I was like, okay, she's got
They're
this.
gonna think we're
Just run
servants. They're gonna
support.
kick us out
Run
immediately.
support.
Yeah.
She's like, soon as Miera grabbed the tray, Grumpfel knew what was going to happen and why it was going to be used. So it's like, all right, just run support on this. She's obviously got an in. Let's do this. The cookies will speak for
look,
themselves.
Some fucking clutch rolls though, guys. I mean, yeah, that could have, yeah.
Yeah, if
Classic
I wasn't a
cookie
halfling,
action.
that could have gone very badly.
Oh,
You
yes,
rolled a
that
one?
was
I rolled a
fucking
that one, yeah.
disastrous.
You did.
Okay, who wants to go next?
I'll go. I part of my soul was ripped out and then stuffed back in, all love-like, when what's her face's face turned up on the stream, and it wasn't MBCDM.
What's her face?
Yeah.
We stream on Sundays together, bro.
It made me really happy on the inside. So thank you for that. I also enjoyed Hamish, the banter between Abrasaur and Delgrim. I thought I was curious to see how far you drag it out. It was heaps of fun. Thank you. That's good.
Oh, nice, awesome. I think we haven't heard from Heath and M yet. Heath, do you want to?
Go, Heath. You got this.
I did, despite my complete lack of energy, I did note down on a little piece of paper here three small things that I think worked very well. One was from Grumpfel and two was from Thea. I like not Grumpfel, it's from Delgrim. Delgrim's we have to grease the rocks. I loved that deep dwarf analogy. I have no idea what it means, but I loved it. And Thea, and Thea with it's okay, I don't recognize you either. I love that was just like boom, cool. Next, and then later with the whole gardening thing. The gardening thing was great, and we call ourselves the gardening gnomes. Is that because you're all gnomes? No, just a deadpan. No,
That'd be silly.
I loved it. That was fun. That was good.
Miss Emily.
I enjoyed being here. For starters, There were a couple of things I enjoyed. I enjoyed watching the either disappointment or surprise that everyone had when I appeared on screen. Selfishly, at least. And I really enjoyed watching Tiernan's Blinky just do its thing. That was a lot of fun. I enjoyed the cookies. That was a lot of fun too. Just listening to that entire experience. And selfishly, I enjoyed direct messaging you, Ham, being like, I'm about to ruin everyone's day during the stream. So yeah, that's kind of what I enjoyed tonight.
From now on, all I can picture whenever Miera goes to go cooking is the Swedish chef.
Yeah.
They put the sparkle cookie in the pot, and the hooty foo, and the grandma's in the room.
Flower on the roof.
Nice. Look, I wanna give a shout out to Emily, who absolutely fucking killed it. Slipped into the stream and was just like all over it from the very onset. You did like a shit hot job. Well done.
The vibe was amazing.
It was
Vibe
very
check.
great.
Cool.
And
Yeah.
just
It's
yeah.
like, remember that time that you informed us that our adventuring party member, who has mysteriously disappeared yet again, actually died a year ago? That was so cool. Thanks for that. That was awesome.
It's so funny.
Just drop.
I didn't expect us to get there so quickly.
Oh,
Yeah,
my
look,
God. Yeah,
because
love it.
we Em and I had a big catch up yesterday just to work out a few bits and pieces. Like, okay, here's the various sprinklings of information that they may or may not get to. They probably won't. Maybe we'll get there. No, first 5 minutes, boom. It's like fucking okay.
A literal
Yeah.
conversation Ham and I had was, you know what? There's so many people in this world that could be named Rowan. And like, we don't have to, confirm or deny shit. And you guys were like, Rowan from this place at this
Rowan
time
Boulderhill.
with
She's
this
born on this
surname.
date. She looks
And
like
I was
this.
like, oh
Yeah.
no, how do I deflect?
Conspiracy
have
within 30
questions.
minutes.
Yeah, but it was awesome. I enjoyed the Blinky part. I enjoyed kicking around at Abrasaur. I think once again, you guys for your fucking rolls at the end there, like that natural 20 Heath.
Yeah,
but,
and that was legit. That was through D&D Beyond, and I could
Yep.
not believe it.
Yep.
And persuasion's
Sure.
not one of Grumpfel's best sort of skills either. As I was like, oh.
Neither. I was
Told
preparing
you.
for Delgrim to be slapped. 100%.
In irons and thrown into the fight pit.
Oh, look, I wasn't sure. Like, I had no idea what you guys were going to do in there. Whether you were going to like go up to the most powerful person you can go and go, hi, I think you're a dick, and then see what happens. Or
nuts.
if you were going to be subtle, because I mean, you guys, when it comes to social encounters, haven't always been the smoothest. So
Yeah, but
We've been a train
Aloysius
wreck.
was kind of hinting that we had to be on our best behavior.
Hinting 4 or 7 times.
Yes. So
Depends
he-
on the situation, I guess, as
he
well.
cares about you guys. He didn't want to see you splattered across the countryside.
Oh,
But in saying that, do we have a target to raid?
we've got a couple.
You go and raid
of
Red.
course we do.
Red does awesome stuff in the
The red
We
dinosaur.
love red.
We
Mm.
do love red.
Red is the best.
Yeah, Red is the best. Yep. We've got a thumbs up from Saz in the control booth.
Wait,
What's-
there's a Saz here? I haven't seen
What?
a Saz.
Yeah.
That's a lie.
Shout out to
I've seen
Saz.
it, Saz.
Shout out to
It's all
Saz.
power
Actively-
overlord.
Actively killing it in the background, Saz.
Yeah.
Not really. Hard work.
That's- So I just before we punch out, a big shout out to actually Saz and John. John was at a con all fucking day and was up
Yeah.
super early.
Yes.
Saz was on single parent duty all day, and you guys still managed to pull it together and were like vaguely cohesive. So thank you so much, guys. But now let's punch out. Let's go and crash Red's party.
I'm doing
Thank
fine.
you to everybody who came and hang out with us. Did I even England that right? I don't know.
I don't know.
Did
It's
you
okay. You
England
can
that right?
you
No,
can
you did not.
Sure.
you
England
can
that
you
right.
can England all you like. I think
Okay.
Grumpfel's been Dr. Seussian most of the night.
Yeah. But thank you everyone in the chat. Thank you, Emily, again. You are a rock star, Em. We'll see you back here in a fortnight's time, and we'll find out Go to the theatre and have a little performance.
Ew, lovely.
Hip hip. Toot toot. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. Please, Les, get us out of here.
Bye-bye.
Okay, let's
see
sit here
ya.
awkwardly now.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh, wait, we're going to the theatre.
Oh, yeah.
Royal waves.
Fans. Yay.
Oh.
We are.